Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Yeah, please. Yes, please start. Good afternoon. I can see Dr. Sonawat. Hi, Dr. Sonawat. Welcome.
Hello.
You're looking lovely, as usual.
Thank you.
Good to see you today, right there. Though I've been watching you every single day, and thank you very much. Thank you for being there.
Thank you.
So, Betty, I think it's 2 o'clock. We should start. People will keep trickling in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to day 4 of the International Conference in Education, ICE 2. My apologies. I'm having a little bit of an issue with my camera, so just give me some time to sort that out and be visible to you. For now, my voice will lead you. So today is the last day of conference. Really very, very bittersweet moment for us, both at DSC and at NIPWID. The weeks of efforts, nose to the grindstone work, it's all going to be over in just a few hours. Well, that's how things are. But we are very, very excited about the sessions today. We have 2 more plenary sessions lined up, followed by invited paper presentation sessions and parallel sessions for paper presenters, which will then lead into the valedictory ceremony. Sounds a lot complicated, but no worries. We're here. We'll take care of you. We'll tell you what to do every step of the way. Just follow our instructions. Right. So let's begin our first session today by inviting our chief guest, Dr. Varsha Gattu. Ma'am is a Fulbright scholar, former head Department of Education, Aliyavar Jung National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyang Jung. She's currently involved with numerous policy-making projects with the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. She's involved in...
1 minute, Betty. I can't see the slide. Yukti, can you please share the slide as well? Sorry for interrupting. Let's see the slide also.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And she's chairing the... Dr.
Yes.
Welcome. Has she joined in? Dr. Varsha Gattu is there. She was just calling me. So just check if she's logged in.
Oh, she's not in yet, ma'am.
That's what I felt because she was just calling me. I couldn't take her call.
Should I give her a call?
I'll give her a call. You continue.
Okay.
Yeah, you just let Yukti share the slide. And
it's already, ma'am. It said she just needs to share now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a technical glitch from my end. Please give me a minute. Need to sort out.
Or can you request Himali to do the needful?
They don't have the slides, ma'am.
Okay.
Anyways, we have to wait for Dr. Varsha to join us.
Yeah.
So we'll just
Doctor,
take that time.
For you in the room.
Betty ma'am, can you see the message, please?
I saw. Let me check.
Varsha Gattu got mixed up with the timings for some reason. I don't know. She'll take about 5 minutes. So Yukti, that gives you time to put up
actually, ma'am,
yes.
Ma'am, it's an error on my part.
Oh dear.
I'm so sorry. It's an error on my part. I have somehow got my material mixed up. Just give me a minute. Okay. All right.
I can see Julia there. Is this Julia's session?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. So Julia is there, Dr. Sonawat is there. Yukti,
Yes.
are you set? Yes. So there we start. Yes, fine. Hello, Varshini. Betty, can we start?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to find my paper. I'm so sorry for the delay. Please bear with me. Ma'am, I'm getting a call from Dr. Varsha Gattu. Just a minute,
Please
please.
don't take the call. You start the program. You
Okay,
don't
ma'am.
take the call, please.
Okay. All right. So again, I beg your pardon from everyone here and our esteemed guests for the mix-up that has happened in my paperwork. So we have our very first session today being chaired by Professor Rita Sonawat. She is the former head and dean of the Department of Human Development, SNDT Women's University. Professor Sonawat was selected as a global leader, early care and education by World Forum Foundation, Montreal. As an international leader in early childhood education, she was invited by the State Department Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, US, where she discussed the overview of US education system and federal leadership for early childhood education. She has many books and publications to her name. She has also been a recipient of the National Award for Teacher Trainer Innovative Training for the project Improving Classroom Environment Towards Quality in Education, and has a faculty research fellowship by Shastri India Indo-Canadian Institute for the project titled Adolescence of Minority Groups, Sense of Belongingness to Society. Thank you so much, ma'am, for agreeing to be the chairperson for this session. And my apologies for you, to you for the mix-up that has happened once again. Thank you. Ma'am, I'm handing the session over to you. Please get the ball rolling. Rita Sonawat, ma'am? Is she there? I saw her enter.
No, no,
Yeah,
she was
she's
very
there.
much there.
She was there.
Ah, she's here.
She's
I can
there,
see
she's
her.
there.
Thank you so much, Betty, for
Yeah.
giving this time.
Ha, there you
Thank
are,
you so
ma'am.
much, Betty, for giving. And
I think there is some issue with her connectivity.
It looks like. Ah, here she is. Ma'am, you're on mute.
am I audible?
Yes, now
No,
you.
am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and a good day to all the professionals, those who have come from other parts of the country, according to the timings. And welcome to all the participants for this international conference. I have witnessed this conference from last 3 days, and I must say, a big thanks to Dr. Sujata Bhan, because I've seen the kind of cream she has chosen as a speaker from all over the world. So if you need anybody to speak on your conferences, you can just contact Sujata Bhan, because Dr. Bhan has really worked very hard to bring each and every jewel for this conference. So a lot of learning and lot of takeaway. I learned a lot from this conference. So I'm sure all of you must have gained a lot. So thank you very much, Dr. Bhan, for organizing such a wonderful conference. Now my responsibility is to introduce today's speaker, that is Dr. Julia Lindley Becker. She is a very smiling face. I can see her. And Dr. Julia Becker coordinates and teaches special educational needs, disability, and inclusion at Bishop Grosset University in UK. Having originally trained as a special needs teacher with a focus upon the primary age range, she has taught and held senior leadership position in a range of different settings, always with a special education focus. So we can see her focus is all the time when she was a teacher or maybe leadership role, her focus has not changed. Her teaching interest includes sociology and history of special needs, pedagogy of special needs, and diverse nature of inclusive practices. She also has extensive experience in delivering INSET and CPD, that is continuous professional development, which is written in our national policy. Like CPD is very important. So she has done CPD in her country and trained teachers and teaching assistants. She has delivered training locally, nationally, and internationally. And the best part is, in 2019 International Conference, she was here in the Special Education Department. So we can see her love for this department and love for Dr. Bhan. So thank you so much, all the way joining from UK. So now ball is your court. Thank you very much.
So now we find out whether my wonderful introduction also matches my technology skills. So let's try and see if I can now share a screen. But first of all, I've also had the pleasure of joining you for some of these previous days. And as always, I've found the conversations, the interaction very meaningful and inspiring. And one of the conversations I had the pleasure of joining was we talked about this idea of being future warriors. And that sort of resonated with me. And hopefully the conversation I'm going to have with you today brings forward this idea about being a warrior of what, or what we're fighting against, what are the challenges we are being faced with. And I think Betty had some of those just a few minutes ago, didn't she? Trying to juggle all the requirements of getting the lecture, the presentations up and running. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, although it is the morning in the UK at the moment. And I don't believe it'll be quite as cold where you are as it is here. But I shall now try and share my screen. It should be here. Okay, so is that okay? Can everybody see that?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thumbs up. Okay, so when Sujata invited me to come to the conference and offer an idea, there were several research projects I'm currently involved with, which we debated which one would be the most appropriate for this presentation. And then I just slowed down a bit and we thought about what is it within this particular 4 days that we would like to share with you and explore and question. And we keep coming back to the changing circumstances that we're facing globally and locally, of course, in relation to COVID. So what I'm hoping to do with you today is just raise some ideas and thoughts that I have based upon previous research and some of that which I've been undertaking in the last few months around COVID. So I'm going to talk to you around my understanding of what some of the challenges are that we face as teachers, that we face in a leadership role, whatever our role is as educators, and why these challenges then become pressures and become stressors. And what can we do about this? What are the resources that we hold individually? And we're constantly being faced by external expectations and pressures of being something else, being better than, to the point that I think most of us, whether we're current or future warriors, often are faced with this sort of feeling of being, an imposter syndrome. That are we good enough? And I think during COVID, we've been challenged increasingly to prove our worth as educators, to fulfill our obligations to the children that we're working with and to the colleagues that we're supporting or leading. So it's with this intent in mind, I would like to just talk to you and express some ideas and take some questions and a conversation at the end. For about the next 30 minutes, if you want me to cut the time down, I'll see how I do to stay on schedule. Okay, so what's the research context really that I'm coming from? Well, as I was introduced, you'd realise that I have many years of working in special education, both in mainstream settings and within discrete special schools. And we know that teaching is rewarding, or we wouldn't stay within it. We get a lot of joy from working with children and finding that little eureka moment when something that we've been going over and over and over again for a number of days or weeks suddenly clicks with those children. And that's what keeps us motivated. It drives us to create change and to enable children to fulfill their full potential. However, in that journey towards that eureka moment, we find that we're faced with a number of different demands that we possibly hadn't encountered, whether that be working with a colleague in the classroom, whether that be working with the parents of the child, whether that's making that balance between what we would like to achieve in the learning journey and that which the school or external environments are asking of us. And within that journey, we are also sort of trying to balance out our own story, our own narrative. And what Voidianov in 2005 talked about, this boundary spanning. We're trying to identify our own role as both a teacher, as a professional friend, and all of these issues can create conflict for us as to knowing which role we should fulfill at certain points of the day, certain points of the week. So in a morning point, we start out, we might be being a parent, then we transition into be a teacher, then we might be transitioning to be a leader, back into being a teacher, back to being a parent, to be dealing with a mobile phone. Our lives are not neatly compartmentalized. They are interrelated. And yet we are expected to maintain a professional voice and presence whenever we're in the classroom. And that means leaving some of our identity at the classroom door and assuming another identity when we go to be a teacher. And that creates conflict. And the idea is that we can divorce these different identities and the different roles that we have. Yet we know that in reality, it's not as easy as that. We are who we are as a person, and we bring all these different identities into the classroom, which can then be pressurized, can cause conflict in how we move forward. And one of the key things around our role as being a teacher is the values which we hold, and they're based upon our interactions, our own stories. So we're learning to make sense of who we are in the environment where we are working. And that environment, as we know, has been particularly challenged over the last few months, well, might be years for your own story. And I just wanted to just pause a moment to realize what we are actually trying to make sense of as we try to make sense, if we can, of COVID and what it means for us. And I've just brought to you three examples of other research which has been undertaken over the last couple of years. And it recognizes this global challenge that we're trying to navigate our way around while we continue to fulfill our expectations of self as being a teacher. And we're recognizing, the research from Boise and Okarondo, if I've mispronounced it, please accept my apologies, but the research from South Africa highlights the impact upon children within this particular challenging time, and talks about the challenges around human rights, the rights of the child, the entitlement of the child, and are we in danger of losing sight of these particular goals while we try to make sure that health and other facilities are being maintained. So this educational responsibility for safeguarding our children is something which has been a particular problem, not only in Africa, but globally. And certainly we've experienced it within the UK. I'm just wondering, Tiru, would you prefer me to slow down a little? Are you okay? Shall I carry on at the same pace?
Yes,
Good.
it's fine.
It's fine. Thank you.
Sorry,
So,
Dr. Sonawat, I interrupted. Is that okay? I shouldn't have. You are the chair.
I think
Sorry.
a little slow down will
just
okay.
Yeah. I was thinking about the time, and I get a bit carried away with what I want to talk about.
There are 97 participants.
Just slow down. Okay, so recognizing this global challenge, we can see again from the research that I've just extracted and put on the screen on your right, that Sukul et others have recognized that within the first 3 months of the pandemic, that the pressure that was schools were facing, teachers were facing, has exemplified, has increased, because there's a sense of
You got muted. Julia, you got muted, yeah.
the challenges of IT, how appropriate, that we're having to constantly try to be more efficient within the classroom, but we're forced into creating a new ways of learning, some of which we're not that familiar with. But there also is the possibility that in this process that we are being challenged, increasingly challenged, and their research has identified that it can actually lead to more negative engagement, and it potentially impacts upon our health and well-being. And then we become more negative in our sense of competency and what we can do in the teaching role. Ferreira and Barros, again, reporting from Portugal, they took their research a little bit further, and they've looked about our roles as a teacher and how we take on this sense of responsibility for the well-being of all, and that we are constantly striving to ensure that all the children within our classrooms, within our school environment, are safe and protected. But at some cost, we take on the responsibility, and they've looked at the place of cyberbullying, and they started to say that there's a new threat really that we are losing control over, because through COVID, more children were outside of the classroom. They were more exposed to internet networks and social media through the internet. And as a consequence of that, some of the children had to face new challenges in how they coped with new threats that might be imposed upon them. And this has repercussions again in our teaching role, that we're trying to deal with the global, we're trying to deal with the classroom, we're trying to deal with the home environment. And we're constantly balancing our responsibilities as a teacher in these different contexts. So let's just go on to the next slide, which it doesn't seem to want to do. Okay. So my exploration into this started, well, it started really with my own personal journey, because I went through quite a difficult time during my headship. And I was also at that point looking at women's careers in special education. And I changed my direction of my research to think, well, what is it that makes life difficult for us sometimes when we're working in an education setting? And drawing upon my own story, I looked with a specific focus at special education. And in 2013, working with a number of, at that point, head teachers, I took the time out to listen to their stories and what it is that drives them to both be engaged within special education, but to stay within education. So we're recognizing it's challenging, it's demanding, it's rewarding. And we hear this general narrative about how stressful it is. And I want to know, what do we mean by stress? What is it for me individually? What is it for the practitioners in that environment? And this comment by Martha, who's been a special head teacher for 18 years when I spoke to her, sort of had a strong resonance with me. And it brings together this idea of balancing of boundaries between life and work, and how her commitment to her role became all consuming. And, let's just listen to what she said. I want to live. I want a bit of a life. I work really hard. I work hard at home, I do work hard, really hard. But it's not just the physical work, it's thinking about it. And I think this is where we just pause and we recognise that as teachers, we very rarely put our coat on or our sari or our shawl or whatever it might be and go home and leave all those issues around at the classroom door. We're always thinking about it, and we're always trying to think, how can we make things better? Now, Martha talks about this both as a positive and both as a challenge, that whilst we are constantly learning about our role, our job as a teacher, it also brings with it a sense of responsibility. And the idea that we're always having to think about things, trying to improve the expectations that we have of ourselves and those with which we work. And then moving on to some research which I've been undertaking in this last year, I've been working with practitioners, and in England we have a role called a special needs coordinator. So every school has an individual person with a responsibility to coordinate the provision for children who are not learning at the same pace as those which we would expect. And a special needs coordinator can be based in a special school or in a primary or secondary education mainstream school. And I wanted to know what their skills base were or are, and how they gain those skills and the confidence to be effective in coordinating provision and practice. And one senior teacher, she told me, she said, one of the issues that they have to face with is it's all new. And maybe this was you can relate to this as well. So every time you think you've got a handle on what's happening, a new thing comes in. So luckily, the children don't change too much. So this is an experienced teacher who is confident in her knowledge of how children learn. She's confident in how to differentiate the learning to meet the different needs. And although she's very effective in progressing learning with the children, that's not the main issue for her. It was a constant bombardment of external demands and expectations that make her life and her role most challenging. And then speaking to another special needs coordinator, it's not the external pressures so much as the organisational pressures which make it difficult in her role. And though she works in a school where she feels supported, she still finds it quite difficult. So as nice as the SLT, or that's her senior leadership team, are, and they're a great team, and my governor, and that's the overriding board across the school who ensure that the school is performing to the best ability, that the SLT and the governor are lovely, they don't actually know what I do. So again, one of the challenges which we can face is that we need to feel valued. So as we go through about our day-to-day business, small strokes, positive reinforcement, that we are on the right track, make our job more meaningful, and empower us and motivate us to actually cope with the pressures which are coming from different levels. But I guess we've all been in a situation where, as much as we put our efforts into the work, the recognition of that work often goes unnoticed. So it's trying to balance these challenges between the external demands at government, the school demands and expectations there, and our own demands of what we expect to be in fulfilling our role as a special needs teacher or a teacher of children with special needs. So what is it that creates these different, what is the theory around what this stress is? And we need to just pause a moment and recognize that stress really is a phrase from it's an engineering term that came from being able to carry a heavy load, being able to carry the demands and the burdens that are put upon us. And we use the word stress, and it's become part of our everyday dialogue and language. And certainly in the last 5 years, maybe it's because I've been researching it, because I've got more curious about it, but it seems to be in everyday language. Children are stressed, your partner's stressed, my dog is stressed, go to a vet, oh, it's because you're stressed. And there's a part of this that we need to challenge really about, is it acceptable that we use it with the same shared meaning and that it has the same intention and an impact upon each individual who is going through these processes. So what do we mean by stress? And the original sort of thoughts around stress came from the work of Cannon, and you might be familiar with his work, when he talked about fight or flight, this immediate response, a psychological or physiological response to dealing with the pressures that we hadn't anticipated. And that's a key word, really, the difference between anticipated pressures and those which are unanticipated. And our stress levels, if we want to accept this as a definition, that stress is increased when we have to deal more with the unexpected than we do when we're dealing with the anticipated or expected demands. So we know that teaching is demanding. We can balance those anticipated demands. But if we are faced with situations where something arises which we hadn't anticipated, then potentially what we see as stress, our stress levels rise. So Sale's work then followed on from Cannon, but I'm going to just defer him and talk about Sale in a moment, because there's been a debate between different researchers as to what we mean by stress. And predominantly when we're talking about stress, or we see it talked about in the media, or you do a self-help quiz in a magazine, because if I do this magazine quiz, I'll suddenly be perfect and everything, my world will be all right. But Lazarus and Folkman, they're American psychologists, and they explored this concept of internalized stress from a psychological perspective. And that a stressor is something which is either an internal or external demand, something that we hadn't anticipated, that puts a drain upon the normal coping resources we have available. And that when we go through a process of dealing with an unanticipated stress, we go through a process of appraisal. So our primary default is to call upon those resources, those strategies we've used to cope before. And then we can say, well, yes, this is okay. I can interpret this situation. I understand what's happening here. And I know I've dealt with it before, so I can deal with it now. And these set of strategies which we use, these coping resources, they call them, are based upon our personal narratives, our personal history, what we've dealt with, what life has thrown at us and how we've got over those. And we start to see those attributes as competencies. We can talk about this in terms of emotional literacy, in terms of emotional intelligence. But our coping resources are such that we use these competencies to try to minimize the impact of this new situation that we're encountering. On a secondary appraisal, we might come across a situation that we haven't encountered before. And so we are forced to call upon new resources which we haven't had to deploy. And that is what causes the stress. That we're in an unfamiliar situation and we're having to look for new resources to come up with solutions. And Lazarus and Folkman define these resources for coping in terms of two different frameworks. And I'll talk about these in a moment, and I'll talk about them as slowly, but as clearly, but as timely as I can. They talk about them in terms of emotion or problem-focused coping. Again, I'll come on to those in a moment. If we don't have these resources to hand, then what happens is that we don't remove the situation, the pressure increases, our strategies are diminished, and it has a long-term or greater long-term impact upon our health and mental well-being. So this is how Lazarus and Folkman talk about stress. So in their conversation and exploration, sort of around the 1970s through to the early part of this century, there's been a lot of exploration of stress. And Sale, as I said, who was one of the original explorers, protagonists of what stress is, talked about it in terms of as a physiological response, different to and separate to that have been a psychological response. So he talked more about stress as that has been from the flight mode. So we would avoid situations that were going to be confrontational based upon different levels of adrenaline and different psychological heartbeat rates, feeling sick, feeling nervous, anticipation. So we would avoid a situation or deal with the situation by not engaging with it, instead of trying to cope with it in that, well, a coping strategy would be to walk away from. And that again is a valid coping strategy. But Sale then started to get in this conversation. This is my imagination going here, but in the debate with Lazarus and Folkman. And what we saw a transition from the idea of stress being something negative. And I think we need to hold on to that. That Sale then sort of transitioned into this idea of not that stress has been something which is debilitating, which can lead us into a sense of self, low worth, etc. But he talks about it as being eustress. And I love this idea that we can have that stress can lead to positive outcomes. So when we're faced with something which we're not familiar with, instead of it being our default to take flight, we learn to use our coping strategies to use that stress to be motivational. However, as with everything, if we are under too much stress, the positive can lead to overwork, overload, inability to divide the conflict between boundaries. So while we have an optimal performance where we're motivated by a little bit of pressure, you'll be familiar with the phrase, I assume, the final straw, the straw that broke the camel's back, that we're holding on, we're just trying to do the best we can. We're not getting these positive strokes from our immediate managers. We're getting inundated with expectations externally. And certainly at this point in time, we've all been dealing with the change in transition of the skills that we need to learn in order to keep children safe and to keep children learning through COVID. So where we might have been at optimal performance, we realize that the external demands upon us can actually lead to a sense of fatigue, exhaustion, ill health, or eventually breakdown and burnout. And burnout I explain here as that where we've been through a process of stress and all our coping strategies have been explored. So what we're trying to think is, what coping strategies can we use that help us as both professional practitioners, but also my work has then spilled over into how, if it works for me as an adult, what are the resources which children have? So as we go on, I'd like you to just think about the children that you work with. And if this is how we understand stress, why is it particular to an adult as a teacher, or is it particular to children as well? So Begley's work, Begley talks about arenas of administration, and I borrowed some of his ideas and I've converted those to thinking about where we are with stress. So looking at what the teachers' narratives were, and we recognize that there's different arenas of teaching that impose upon us and enable us really to be effective in our role, or less effective than we would like to be. So this diagram shows that the expectations and responsibilities for working in special education come from a number of different dimensions or arenas. So we talk with this idea of government imposed, and yes, we've been faced with those challenges as we've gone through lockdown. We've got community issues where the families come together or the families don't come together. Sometimes in my own history, we had a cupboard in the classroom, and I used to hide in the cupboard when I had a particular problematic teacher arriving until I gathered my coping strategies and went to meet this particular parent or other person. I'm just trying to move out the sunshine. So the sense of community, then within school, the school itself, we have particular agendas, particular policies, particular responsibilities. We have particular legislation that we have to conform to and evidence that we've been working under and towards. Equally within our own communities, government communities, national communities, we are challenged to have evidence of results, that you're being paid to do your job. We want to see how well your pupils perform with you. And this causes conflict because not all children perform at the same rate. All different children have different challenges. And we as teachers are still expected to produce results of their achievement. So that can create issues for us. But also equally, we know that we've got a number of different children coming into our schools with more complex needs. Different advances in medical sciences enable some of these children that would not normally come into school now to be in our school settings. So we're constantly learning about what these pupils' needs are. But that's also part of the fun. You know, teaching is never boring. We're always trying to find out new aspects. But part of that learning process is about our willingness to take risks. And we're balancing out the responsibility of the risk against a possible outcome. So while we might be at optimal performance in planning for learning, we're also questioning our ability to put teaching learning practices into place. So it's a constant dichotomy that's been drawn between ourselves as a teacher and the responsibilities and expectations that we have to face. I've got a blank screen. Okay, so what are some of the real main causes then of stress within school? And I'm just conscious of time. Am I doing okay for time? I've got my time clock here. Oh, a few minutes. So this slide shows that really there are some of the pressures that we face. I didn't get that. 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Somebody telling me the time?
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay, let's move on then. So this slide shows that really what we've found with the causes of pressures can be the same in different jobs. Whether you're working in mainstream, whether you're working as a social care worker, whether you're working as a senior manager of Amazon or whatever it might be. But there are similar causes of pressure across different roles. But it's the corner in the bottom that I'd like you to look at really, because these were pressures which were exclusive really to special education and practitioners who are working with children who are atypical in their development. So it was understanding the complexity of pupils' needs. It was trying to make a challenge between the social construction and the categorization of needs. And then there was this focus upon academic achievement and the curriculum that should be offered. So we recognize that stresses within any education setting can be comparable, but when we're working with children with special education needs, the rewards, but the pressures are slightly different as well. And then I started to look at this, and I've misspelled his name, but from how do we cope with these different pressures? So we've taken on the idea of Lazarus and Folkman, and they talked about problem-focused and emotion-focused coping strategies. So again, these are culturally bound. Some teachers would talk to me about the fact that if they could just go and sit in the car and have a good cry, then that made it better to go back into the classroom. So that emotion focus. Some would go in the cupboard and have a good scream and then go back out into the classroom. Some would say that they wanted another person to talk to, but it couldn't be the husband because they didn't understand education and they tried to fix it, but they didn't want to be fixed. They just wanted to be listened to. So the person that we're talking to is also an important part. Our network of support is an important part of our coping, that we have to find the right person at the right time to help us to deal, whether it's a big screaming event, venting, exercise came up as a real positive for coping. But into all of these ideas that the teachers were sharing with me, how they coped, one of the things that was really quite pertinent to me and brings in another dimension is that it's not about the problem within us. And I think that's where it lies. If we're faced with a challenge, we draw upon our self or sense of failure, this imposter syndrome, that we can't deal with all the different roles we have to ascribe to. And so that wasn't good enough for me. I didn't think that was the right thing. You know, sometimes we're in a situation, I think we have to be responsive to circumstances that are outside our control, outside our own coping strategies. And so I brought together this work of Peeling, it's only got one eye, by the way, and talks about this situation focus. And this situation focused approach is specific and really highlighted as we've gone through COVID, that it's sometimes the issues we're coping with are time specific. It's about the transaction we have within the environment that we are in. And it's about our cognitive appraisal of how I can deal with the situation. But most importantly, it's about the interpersonal skills we have. And that is both inter and intrapersonal. What are the resources you have in that current context, the here and now? I wanted just to be aware of these 3 dimensions that we can draw upon, because we do have the resources as teaching to cope. And that led me to think about where we are as a teacher. So this slide brings together, hopefully, where I started at the beginning, that we start to think about how teaching is rewarding, that our values-based, and that our coping strategy is based upon what Kate DeVere talks about, the inner theatre, our understanding of self, and then how that understanding of self translates into different types of behaviours in our interaction with others. We are driven by our values, we are driven by our behaviours, but equally, we are driven by our motivation. And that we can cope with these different pressures when we're motivated, because in dealing with the pressures, we are wanting to change and create a new outcome. So our motivational drivers are important. And for that, I wanted you to think about this word. Sorry, I'm skipping on because I'm conscious of time. That what we're trying to do in life is trying to look at the anticipated, unanticipated pressures, and we're trying to achieve not only optimal performance, but consonance, that sense of place and space and well-being within ourselves. So a different way of looking at how we manage the pressures is that we are trying to minimize the external pressures so that we have consonance within ourselves. Forgive me if I'm sort of skipping over a few points here. I'm just conscious that we're time managed. So the roles then of what are we doing with pressure, it draws down to being our own ethics, our own sense as a value of self, our praise of self, and what Kate DeVere calls being our inner theatre. That we are motivated because of our own identity, our sense of who we are, and that we are constantly struggling to fulfill this identity through our interaction and engagement with others. When we feel some discord with that, this is what causes the pressure, because our goals for the children that we work with are sometimes interrupted, and that causes the greatest amount of stress. That when we've been motivated in our role to lead children in a particular direction, when situational pressures throw that off balance, that's when we have to draw upon our most coping strategies, because we have to be adaptive, we have to be responsive. And that is sometimes adaptive and responsive to unexpected pressures. And this draws upon the work of Decky and Ryan. And I think I've got a couple more slides and then I'm done.
I think we need to conclude because we have.
Okay, so Decky and Ryan talk about the place of motivation, about autonomy, relatedness, and competence. And that is important for when we're talking with children. How do they cope? Do they have control? Can they relate to the goals that we're trying to strive for? And are we capable of achieving those? During COVID, I think our sense of autonomy has been completely reversed and our sense of competence has been questioned. One of the latest things then that we were doing over the last summer, I was working with a group of psychologists and teachers, and we've used our ideas about coping and strategy and resilience, and we've developed a toolkit for schools. And this is enabling teachers to understand behaviours in school, how children learn or don't learn, and then to put together a number of resources. So we've gone from a theory, we've gone from an understanding to actually finding particular strategies. And I'll finish there, although my notes go on forever because it's a subject I'm quite curious about. So thank you for listening. I hope it gave you some food for thought, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. It was a brilliant presentation, I must say. Very systematically you have given, but I personally feel we will not have time for question answers. So
okay.
Whatever the questions are there, they will be, organizers will email you and then they will be seeing how to go about it. But your presentation was really, it's very systematic, and the case study with which you have started and shown that internal and external pressures, how can it can be an opportunity. So that part was very, very strongly put. And then after that, you have given the coping strategies. So that's very clear that emotional quotient needs to be very high. And when this time is so uncertain time, when everybody is facing problem with the and your problem is because you were a teacher also and a leader also, so that conflict is very clearly seen in your presentation, because your heart is still with the teachers and you have to do leadership role, and government has an expectation. So that also you have put out very nicely in your talk. And lastly, which I like, is the strategy, the coping strategies which you have given. It's especially when it comes to the spirituality and morality and values. With that, if you start working, these are the things which can really help to adapt, responsible. And lastly, which you have touched upon, because of the time constraint, you couldn't elaborate, was the collaboration. We need to really collaborate with people, the professionals, and then only we can be successful in this pandemic time to come out and give good results and expected results from the government. So thank you so much for your presentation. It was a really, I can say, very informative and thought-provoking. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. And be kind to yourself. I think that's my last message. Be kind to yourself. Yeah. Thank you.
Over to Betsy.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Rita Sunawat, for managing that session beautifully, keeping us on track with time and concising it so nicely. Thank you. And Dr. Julia, thank you again for sharing this beautiful presentation. It really rings a tone with me today, especially considering I'm going to be presenting a paper a little later on mindfulness and resilience for teachers. So it really rang a bell for me. Thank you so much. And I hope someday we would be able to share thoughts on the topics from both our perspectives. All right, so it's now time for the next presentation, the next plenary session. And this time, correctly, we have Dr. Varsha Gattu as the chairperson. Ma'am is a Fulbright scholar, a former head, Department of Education, Aliya Jung, National Institute of Speech and Hearing Disabilities, Divyangjan. She's currently involved with numerous policy-making projects with the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities under the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. She is involved in various national and international projects. Dr. Gattu is also a huge supporter of the department. Thank you, ma'am, for giving us your consent to chair this session. I hand over the session to you.
I would like to add, I call her my partner in crime. Thank you, Dr. Gattu, for being there. Love you.
Namaskar. Thank you very much, the department and the SNDT University. I see a galaxy of stars, and that is the USP, and that is the forte of Sujata Bhan, that she would have the galaxy of stars, whether it's international or national. And I consider myself to be a tiny star in it. But I know that, all the tiny stars together make up the universe. And that's the power of the teamwork. Yes. And the teamwork that Sujata and I think Nathan was here, so we could pull together, is the CVID program, which was yesterday talked about. I also see in the galaxy of stars that there was somebody earlier also from Finland. So I'm so excited. One day I want to go to Finland and probably see the educate, because they say that that's the country for education now. So we have Professor Iya Karna. Excuse me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but I did check it out from the Google how you pronounce it. And Karna, in Indian thing, is the person who is focused in his work. So I say that as this thing for you also, because when I read through your bio sketch provided to me, I see a lot of commonalities probably in our interests. You hold a PhD in special education from... I was checking for the year because I was in Syracuse. So, but the year didn't match. Your proven leadership in inclusive education is something which I'm sure that Sujata would have been passionate about, the practices in inclusive education. IA has 5 major research projects, and they call it a leader there, and we call it a principal investigator here. So they are very prestigious research projects that she's working on, which is of European Commission, Horizon 2020, Academy of Finland, and the Finnish Ministry of Education and Culture. Her research interests include technology, communication, and digital literacy. And wow, what it must have been useful in this time of pandemic here for you. So some common interest that really gave me a lot of interest in her profile and her work was that she believes in the communication strategy, and facilitating communication is something that is dear to her. So focusing on learning environment and learners. So over to you, Iya. We are eager to hear you.
Thank you very much for the nice words and introduction. Yes, I'm coming from the cold part of Finland. It's in the eastern part of the Finland, and it's quite cold but sunny right now, right here. And thank you for inviting me to this conference. It is really my pleasure to be here today and share my ideas. And I was listening to the Julia's presentation, and I think I could totally agree that during these times, it is very important to study stress also, and to see how teachers are managing their time and how they're feeling, because it's the same here in Finland. Teachers feel a lot of stress right now. There's a lot of pressure from outside of the school, but also from within the school. And also children are reacting to this COVID. So in a way, this is giving much more extra stress for the teachers to cope with the children's stress as well. But then I will share my screen just a sec. Today I was thinking that, sorry, that's the last, should have the first slide here first. I thought that most of you know something about Finnish school system, but you maybe know less about the special education system within our school system, because to me it is the kind of less visible structure that gives the kind of the overall support for the school system. And therefore I wanted to show what kind of things we are doing in order to support all children in our school. And I'm introducing some of the key principles of Finnish educational policy. And then, of course, this 3-tiered support system, which is like the basic kind of structure that we use to provide support for all children in our school system. And I talk a little bit about the assessment process in our support system. And then also some information, statistical information about the inclusive education in Finnish and school, Finnish and European context. So are we really inclusive or not? I will give an answer to that later during our presentation. And then I have some concluding remarks. So first, some key principles. Well-being, one of the maybe the best, let's say, principles that we have in our system. We think that we invest a lot of money in our citizens and also children's well-being. And we think that education is one of the key actors, or let's say key element in our society that gives also well-being to children, but also to the families if we educate the children well. And of course, we also think that the best way to increase the welfare and the well-being of children is to provide high quality to all children. And in fact, also our constitution says quite clearly that all people should have the equal opportunity to receive education according to their abilities and special needs. And I think this is kind of sentence that sort of summarizes very well what we try to do in Finland, in the Finnish school system. We try to apply this particular principle very much. And then there's another very important principle. This is autonomy, which means that We, of course, have a kind of legislation that is giving the general framework for the school system. But at the same time, municipalities and schools have very much freedom to develop their own local curriculums, which again, it gives a lot of autonomy for the local actors to sort of adjust their curriculum according to the needs of the children, but also according to the circumstances in that area. And maybe this is even more important, is that in our school system, teachers have a pedagogical freedom to organize instruction and support the educational settings. I mean, there's no regulations how to organize the education, how to provide support, no, but very little this kind of very precise instructions. And also, which is maybe very typical in our educational system, is that the evaluation procedures in Finland are much less centralized than in many other countries. We, for example, have no government system to sort of follow up how schools are doing, but they are teachers and municipalities that are sort of doing the self-evaluation constantly. So because we rely on education providers and we rely on teachers, we think that they are the best experts to provide the education, but also to evaluate how they are doing. So therefore, the methods that are used for this kind of quality assurance are quite free for teachers and municipalities. And of course, how frequently it is done, also it is up to the municipalities and schools and teachers. So in that sense, our system is very flexible, and also teachers have a lot of autonomy. And then a very important principle is this prevention and early identification. And our special education system is actually based particularly on this particular principle. And there are things that are sort of guiding this implementation of this principle. The Basic Education Act actually states very clearly that the student has right to receive the adequate support for the learning as soon as the support needs are sort of visible. Also, another important principle related to this prevention and early identification is that we try to provide the support based on the strengths and needs of the children. So earlier, maybe we focused more on needs, but nowadays we are very much focusing on strengths, and we stress this kind of strengths-based education for all children. Also, special attention is put to the accessibility of learning and the prevention of early identification of learning difficulties. So therefore, the support system that I'm going to introduce later is trying to find out those children who need support in a very early age and try to support them throughout the school years. And in our school system, the school begins when children are 7 and it continues now until they are 18. Our legislation just changed last year. Earlier, the compulsory education ended at the age of 16, but now it is until 18. And the provisional support is also very flexible, which also gives a lot of freedom for the teachers and schools to provide the support the way it is good for the children and for the school system in that area. And also the purpose of the support is to prevent the exclusion, so that everyone who is sort of finishing the basic education and the secondary education are able to maybe go to the work life. We are not completely successful in this goal, but we are really working on it very hard. And then this inclusion, what do we mean by that? Actually, it is our official educational policy. It's stated very clearly in the legislation. And we have actually ratified over 40 declarations and conventions regarding inclusive education. So therefore, at least the legislation is based on a lot of these kind of international declarations and conventions. And of course, the most important ones are the Salamanca Statement and also the Convention of the Rights of the Person with Disabilities. That was enacted in 2006, but Finland ratified it 10 years later because we had to do a lot of changes in our legislation so that we can ratify this Convention. And also it's stated very clear in a legislation in the Basic Education Act that support is given primarily in the student's own teaching group and in a school which is very nearby, unless the student's interest requires the transfer to another teaching group or school. And this later part, or the last part of the sentence actually is this part that actually is not inclusive. And therefore we still have special schools, we have special classrooms. And there are still a lot of students studying in those settings that are not fully inclusive. And about the inclusion, the identification of the progress of the students' learning is done constantly and is constantly assessed. And that's also giving a lot of flexibility for the teachers and students to provide the kind of support that they think is needed for the children. So then this three-tiered support system, this is like the basic structure or basic kind of way to organize the support for children. In 2011, we actually changed our legislation. Before that, we have special education and general education, but after that, we just talk about education for all. And there was an amendment to the Basic Education Act that led to this kind of idea that we need to support inclusion and reduce placement in the full-time special education settings. And therefore, this three-tiered support system was developed. And this is actually based very much to the response to intervention model that was created in US, but we don't follow as strictly. We actually have modified it to fit to our system. And this support system was created to guarantee the children's right to support in inclusive settings. And sorry, this is a kind of repetition. It's based on the response to intervention model. And it's the kind of structured in a manner that the level of support could be easily changed. And therefore, for example, we can say that the child gets this kind of support this year, but during the year we notice that she needs or he needs more support. So we change the amount of support that is given to the children. And of course, the early recognition of the needs and the provision of individual support are like the guiding principles of this three-tiered support model. And the three tiers are general support, intensified support, and special support. So this is the kind of triangle that sort of shows how the support is increasing if the child's needs are, if we think that child needs this more intensified support. And there's some kind of official procedures in between these different levels of the support system. So I'm going to talk about them a little bit now. First, about this assessment process, how we actually provide this support. The general support is available for all children. And we think that if we are providing good quality basic education, then it is supporting already a lot of students. Identification of the need of the support is done by teachers, part-time special education teachers, and parents. So it's any of these partners can sort of indicate, well, this child needs a little bit more support. And these part-time special education teachers, they are really like the kind of very, very strong element in our support systems, because in every school there's one part-time special education teacher that is sort of helping teachers and students to organize this support. And in fact, this kind of support is given to all children. There's no diagnosis needed, but any child can get support from this part-time special education teacher. And teachers, in collaboration with the part-time special education teacher, usually make the plan how to support with children with special educational needs. So it can be done already in a general support. We don't necessarily need to go to the next level of the support system. So what is this part-time special education? The focus is typically on learning difficulties. So if we see that, for example, the first grader has difficulties to start to learn to read and write, so we provide this part-time special education maybe for the child for a certain period of time. Also nowadays we need more support for those children who have social and emotional problems, and also speech problems. And this is maybe very typical, not very typical characteristics in some other school system, that also our teachers are speech teachers. So there's actually teaching, for example, if a child has some articulation problems and so forth. And support is given either individually or in small groups, or by using this kind of team teaching model. And nowadays, this team teaching model is getting more and more popular. We think that it's easier for the teachers to go work together and provide the support jointly, rather than just take children apart, sort of pull off from the classroom and provide support somewhere in a different place. And the support is given usually once a week or twice a week for a student or a student group, and lasts as long as the student needs, the child needs. Sometimes it's some weeks, sometimes it's years, as long as the child needs this kind of support. And again, this kind of continuous evaluation is done. And then if it's usually in the beginning of the year and at the end of the school year that this kind of more thorough evaluation is done, whether this general support is enough for the child or if there's need for more extensive support. There are some standardized national screening tests that are used, but we don't have this kind of standardized national test at all in general in our school system. But for screening these difficulties that the child might have, then we have some screening tests that the part-time special education teachers can use. Support can also, this general support can also include remedial education, differentiated teaching, flexible grouping, team teaching, interpretation services if needed, assistance services are also quite typically provided, and some special aids, for example, jet technology is typical. And if this is not enough, then we can move to the next level and intensified support. And this is given usually, this is based on this kind of pedagogical assessment, which is done in a multi-professional collaboration team with the student welfare professionals. And for that, we need to make also this kind of a learning plan, which is an assessment, pedagogical assessment, after this pedagogical assessment is done. And the learning plan must be drawn up in the absence of obvious obstacles in collaboration with pupil and the guardian, which is also quite interesting. We try to include also pupils and guardians, particularly to the process. And nowadays, we actually emphasize much more the pupils' rights to also participate to this part of the process. Not just to be the receivers of the support, but also to be in the planning process. And again, support is given according with the learning plan, and plan is revised annually or when it's needed. Then, if this intensified support is not enough, we can provide special support. And this is usually for children who have multiple or profound support needs. And again, education provider must give a written decision, which needs to be revised and reviewed at least by the second grade and before moving to the 7th grade. And this is actually said in the legislation that this needs to be done at least twice during the school years in a comprehensive education. Because earlier, before the legislation changed in 2010, we had a lot of students who were moved to the special education, and they were never moved back to the general education, even though they might not have needed so much support anymore. Therefore, we had to have this kind of statement in the legislation that it needs to be, this kind of check-up needs to be done at least twice during the school years. Usually it's done every year, but just in case, this is also stated in the Basic Education Act. And before the decision on special support, the education provider must consult the students and his or her guardians or legal representative. Again, there's a lot of, we put a lot of efforts to include all partners to the decision process. If the parent disagrees, then the school has the right to or make this kind of decision the child needs more support. Usually it's not a problem, but this is the way how our legislation says. And the assessment is made on the multi-professional basis, again, in collaboration with student welfare professionals. And before decision on support, special support, the education provider must consult the student, like I said earlier. Sorry, I think this is, yes, this is something extra. And if necessary, the pedagogical assessment can be supplemented with some expert opinions, because sometimes the student welfare professionals might not have, for example, doctors involved. So we might need some maybe opinion from the doctor specialist that sort of giving more guidance what kind of support the child might need. Again, this kind of decision on special support may be made before or during the primary education without this decision on intensified support, because usually we move from one tier to another one. But if the child has very profound disabilities, then we can make directly this decision that the child supports primary special support. And then there's one more kind of support that is given. We call it nowadays, it's significant support, which is like a kind of supplementing the three-tiered support, but it's not based on a Comprehensive School Act. So this is not stated anywhere in our legislation, but is created to give even more support for the children who have some profound and very serious problems, or who need a lot of this kind of multi-professional support. And it's more related to kind of maybe health issues and stuff like that. And usually specialized medical care services are involved in these processes very, very actively. And we also have this voluntary national learning consulting network that is also providing a lot of support for those children. Now there's this kind of figure that sort of illustrates the assessment process, but I don't go into this process very deeply anymore, except maybe sort of point out that collaboration with guardians is always very important. It's in every state of the planning process, and also maybe would have here this student or pupil or child so included, or usually we include them, but it's not in this figure. So now we talked about that we have this kind of basic support system that is providing a flexible support to all children, and then we can give more intensified support and special support. But are we really inclusive, or are we just imagining that we are inclusive? So there's a national statistics sort of indicating how we provide this support. And this is the latest statistic that I could find. And this line in the figures shows that about 20-something% of all our school children in a comprehensive education have received part-time special education. So the number is quite high if you think like almost 20% or 20% are receiving some kind of support. But we have to, and we can of course ask, does it indicate that our children have more problems than in some other countries maybe? Well, I would say no. It actually just indicates that because we have this kind of quite nicely structured part-time special education support system, all part-time special education teachers are working in every school, it means that children really get easily support, and therefore so the number of children is quite high. And most of them don't have any special diagnosis. They just maybe need some occasional support for their learning. And I feel that this is one of maybe the key messages that I would like to say, that if this kind of very flexible support is available in a school system, many of the children are able to really study just with the general support, because there is this extra support from the part-time special education teacher that might be just enough for the child. So we don't need to have more extensive and sort of heavily structured system to support the children. However, if we look at this figure, we see it kind of differently now. These blue bars indicate here the number of children who have been in the special education before 2010, and those who have been now receiving special support after 2010. And we see that the number of children in special schools and special classrooms increased until 2010. And that was one of the reasons why this new act, why the act was changed. And then we saw that actually that the number of children in special schools or special classes reduced a little bit. But now we are back almost to the same amount of children that we had in 2010. This orange bar indicates that this is the number of children receiving intensified support. And you see there's a dramatic increase. Every year there will be more and more students receiving this intensified support. Again, we can ask why this is happening. And we can maybe say that because we have this support system which allows teachers and schools to make these kind of decisions and maybe plan carefully what kind of support the child is needing. Therefore, maybe the number of children seems to be increasing. This is going to be very interesting to follow up in the future. How is it increasing still in the coming years, or are we sort of receiving the kind of amount of support that is optimum for in our school system? Nevertheless, again, because the system is flexible, we can say that maybe some of these children who are receiving intensified support right now can have maybe less needs in the future, and maybe they need less support sometimes later on. So if we think about the number of children in fully inclusive settings, and this is based on this idea that the child with special needs is included to the regular or general education or mainstream education classroom at least 80% of the school of the time when he's or she's in school. And we see that about 30% of the students are fully in general education group. But then we see that about 30% of them are either in special schools, 6.5%, or in special classrooms, which means that they're integrated into regular schools or general schools, mainstream schools, but they are still studying mainly in the special classrooms. And about a third of the children are studying partly in general education groups and partly in special education groups. So we can see that we are not really inclusive yet, or our school system is not fully inclusive yet, but we are working towards that. And if we continue to see how the situation is in Europe, and this is about a figure indicating how many children with official decision on special needs, sorry, push back here, who are actually official decision with SEN, who are in inclusive classrooms. We see that here the percentage is it's about a bit higher, because this is based on European way how they collect the information there. This European Agency for Special and Inclusive Education. So Finland is not, compared to some other countries, not doing so well yet. But for example, we see here, Italy is fully almost inclusive, because they actually closed all the schools, special schools, for already in 1917 something, I think. Also, UK is done quite nicely. There's Spain and Slovenia and so forth. So in a way, we can see, at least if we look at these statistics, that we are not yet very inclusive in that sense. Then, if we think about the number of children who have or are receiving this special support, and look at how many of them are studying in special classrooms, which means they are in mainstream schools, but in special classrooms. Here we see that this is the most typical way for Finnish children with special needs to study. They're in special classrooms, maybe go part-time or sometimes to the regular groups, general education groups, but mainly study in special classrooms. And so therefore, this is maybe the mainstream or best, or let's say the most typical way to provide the support or arrange the support setting for children with special needs. And then special schools. Here we see again the European situation. So we see that in Finland we don't have very much special schools anymore. Therefore, the number of children in special schools is decreasing all the time, which is very good in my mind. whereas there are some other countries where there are much more children are in special schools rather than in special classrooms. So, what are the barriers and enablers of inclusive education in Finnish school system? First of all, this unclear and fuzzy definition of inclusion is one thing that is sort of making a lot of confusion among policymakers, teachers, and so forth. We have noticed that people mean very different things when they talk about inclusion or inclusive education, and that is making things very difficult to discuss and also to make decisions. Another thing is that we still have too limited amount of knowledge on inclusion. And for example, in our teacher education, we try to include more courses and more information related to inclusion and how to provide support to all learners in our school system. Nevertheless, our teacher education, for example, is still lacking a lot of this kind of content that should be there. Also, we have attitudes, beliefs that children with special needs belong to special schools, and that is something that is even sometimes done in social media and very clear that some of the promoters of special segregated special education are very active there and try to show that special schools are the best ones for children with special needs. So we still need to do a lot of work to change teachers' attitudes, but also the general attitude in our society. Of course, teachers are feeling and schools are feeling that there's a lack of financial and human resources, that because we have all children now included in regular schools, or if we will have all children included into general education, we need more financial and human resources. And of course, I already said, limited number of courses on inclusive education and teacher education, and also maybe limited in-service training. So teachers need more training also while they're working already in schools. But what are the promoters or enablers? We have a very stable and well-functioning society, which is of course providing the basic structure. Legislation is basically supporting inclusion, even though it's not fully inclusive, in my mind. We have a very well-functioning school system and very well-educated teachers. You maybe know that all our teachers have a master's degree education. And also teachers have a very high status in our society. Teachers are very highly respected, and the teacher education programs are very appealing to students. About 10% of our applicants can get in, and they are really very, very good. They have very good grades, usually from the high school and so forth. And also, the teachers' pedagogical autonomy is kind of promoter of inclusive education, because teachers can adjust their teaching activities according to the needs of the children. And therefore, this is, I think, one of the key elements in our school system that is giving the advantage of providing flexible support to children. And some concluding remarks. The Finnish educational policy and practices are basically built on the principles of on autonomy, on well-being, autonomy, prevention, and early identification. Excuse me? Sorry, I heard something.
No, you can carry on, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the goal of the three-tiered system is to support and enhance the students with special educational needs in mainstream settings. The assessment is continuous, and the 3 tiers provide tools for it, which is now, we have seen that it's actually working quite nicely, this 3-tiered support system that we have adopted or modified to fit our educational system. And that students can move from one tier to another in a flexible manner. And this is also, we still see that now we are just like learning to use the support system, and we maybe want to have more this kind of practices how to flexibly really move from one tier to another, particularly from more support towards less support if needed. A number of students who need special support in English classroom is increasing, which is a very good thing to me, that every year there's maybe 1 or 2% more students who are studying mainly in general education. even though they have a special support decision or that they need some special support. And again, like I said earlier when I was presenting those slides related to the European situation, students with special education needs study mostly in special classes in mainstream schools, which is like we are on the way towards inclusion, but we are not fully inclusive school system right now. And I'm really looking forward to the future when we can say that we are fully inclusive and our schools are fully inclusive, but we still have a long way to go. And we work hard also in our teacher education to train teachers to work with different students or children with different kinds of needs. But teachers need much more encouragement and much more kind of in-service training and feeling that they are capable of doing it. So there are some references that I used just for your information, and I want to thank you for this. I think I have a few more minutes left, so maybe if you have any questions or comments, I'm very happy to reply to you.
Dhanyavad. So sweet. Yeah.
So, yeah, Kitos.
Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce this Hindi word, so.
Yeah. You took the trouble.
Thank you very much for taking us to the real picture of inclusive education in Finland. And I do not know if the time permits to have any questions, Betty, or I could sum it up if you want.
Sure.
Ma'am, you can sum it up, and then if there is any question, we can take one.
Yeah. So it was wonderful listening to you in a short capsule. It's very difficult, to talk in a short limited time. If you have more time, I think the things are easier. But in a short span of time, you have given us the entire picture of how inclusive education is being facilitated in Finland. And especially I'm impressed by the three-tiered system that you have given in your government, the policy which the Basic Education Act, which is revised. And we in India also have ratified many declarations, conventions, and very recently we have the National Education Policy, which has all the goodies which can be possible. So it's one of the best policies, and I feel in India we have a golden era of education which has just started with our National Education Policy. And some of the chairpersons whom Dr. Sujata has invited are the real makers of policy here and facilitating policy provisions. I'm sure they are going to gain a lot from your presentation, which you talked about the three-tier policy. We do talk about adaptations in which we say we should have a funnel kind of an approach. So the funnel is the one through which you pour the liquids in. So it has a broader general education, narrowing down to your system of intensified and then the special education. So I feel your system has already put in that into your system of general, intensified and special. So in the first part of your presentation, you have very well brought it out as to how this system works from the general schools to intensified to special supports. And then the statistics were really good for us to know that how the trends, the trend analysis that you have done, especially the second one, in which you showed how the intensified support has increased now. And day by day, the special education schools per se, because even I feel that special education should not be a place, but it should be a service to the child. So if we all work towards that, I think the whole world will see good days for inclusive practices. So as I said, the first part was actually your Basic Education Act and what you have as the 3-tier system, and then the statistics. And the last part of your presentation was too good. That is the barriers and facilitators that you gave. And most of it, I feel, Sujata, that when we say the education begins with ABC, so I feel the ABC is same across all the countries. A is the attitude that you said, but you said that the teachers have a good access to inclusive education. Then B, you talked about the barriers in the belief system of the teachers. And there I feel that if the teachers believe in inclusion, inclusion can happen. And then C is the communication part that you talked of. And in that you highlighted that you have courses in inclusive education. So I feel that we also need to have that in India. We are planning for a 5-day and a 15-day inclusive education program for general education teachers. But I personally feel that both special ed and general ed, doing their basics of bachelor's, should move on to a master's in inclusive education. So I feel someday that we can have that day soon in India. I'll just conclude by saying that I really liked Iya's presentation, from the terms that she was very open to accept that though they have all these things, where do their children stand as compared to the other countries? And that's the basic thing we give away with the competitions. And the schools are very much a part. And she said very nicely that the teachers are respected, and the teacher education and school education go hand in hand, and that's because it's the training ground. So I think that's very important for us to do, that we attach our teacher training programs to the schools. So competition is good in some ways, that it gives us a push. But I read about somebody in Finland, Samuela Paron, who said that the real winners do not compete. So that's the morale of what we got from your presentation. Again, thank you very much. Thank you for being a part of this program. And thank you, Sujata ji, and your team for having me here for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Gattu, ma'am, there's one question in the chat if we want to take it very quickly.
Yes, there was.
Shall I read it out, ma'am?
I can give an answer if there's time. There was one question about IEP.
IEP.
Yes, we actually have this National Agency for Educational Services is providing kind of guideline or framework, what kind of things should be included in IEP. But I didn't go into that. I have another presentation about the kind of content of all these documents that we need to do. But yes, we have kind of framework for the documents, but we can still do them. We can sort of adjust the documents and include things that we think are needed there. So again, we don't have a national guidance, direct guidance, what we need to do, but we can have some framework or guidelines. And it's according to the teacher and the school, what kind of things they eventually include. There are some compulsory parts, but most of the things can be done in a very flexible way. So this kind of flexibility maybe and autonomy are kind of leading principles when we talk about teachers' work and schools in Finland, which is sometimes very maybe difficult to understand, that how teachers can have such a huge freedom, but on the other hand, that is really giving them this feeling of competence, that I'm able to do this. And that's what we try to build also in teacher education. You are able to teach all children. And if you don't know what to do, you can call your colleague or some other professional. There are always some help available. So encouraging teachers to sort of know that they are actually capable of doing things. But yes, maybe this was a brief answer to that question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Gattu, for chairing the session so wonderfully and summing up everything like Dr. Mann correctly said. They were the comments of a visionary, and clearly this is what we are looking for and need in the future. Thank you, Dr. Karna, for that very thought-provoking presentation, Tak in Quito. And we'll now switch on our cameras for our customary group photograph. We missed it in the previous session. So I request Professor Rita Sunawat and Dr. Julia Lindley Baker to please switch on their cameras so we make sure that we have a photograph with you too. Thank you, Dr. Baker. Dr. Varsha, your video is switched off.
Yes.
Dr. Karna, your video. Is Professor Rita Sonawat here?
And Dr. Karna, Professor Karna?
I'm
Yes.
Yeah, we can't.
okay.
Ah, there you are. There you are.
Yes.
Yes. Lovely, lovely. Did you get Dr. Sonawat?
I don't see her on the first screen. I'm just checking the other screen.
There.
Professor Sonawat, ma'am, if you could just say a word and we'll get you on the first screen.
Okay, I'm very much there.
Oh, lovely.
She's been there. She's been there. Thank you so much. So I think we got double dose of Finland, and it has made everything very clear about Finland.
Yes,
now it's only
absolutely.
short of our going there. Yes, Dr. Sonawat?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
You're all welcome to Finland. Visit anytime.
Yes,
We just got visitors from Turkey. We are developing their support system based on our system. So that was much, so we are welcome. We are welcome all.
So we just pray there are no more mutations, no more crons after this.
Yes, praying for good times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much. A wonderful presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, the pics are taken.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we head into our final plenary session for this conference. And it's my pleasure to announce the chairperson for today's final session as Dr. Shamla Talvi. Is ma'am here?
Yes, very much.
Okay, hi.
Hi.
Dr. Shamla. Dr. Shamla, ma'am, is an educational consultant and has worked with many recognized organizations, both from the field of education as well as the corporates. Corporates that are connected to the field of education. She has worked with UNICEF and the National Council of Educational Research and Training, NCRT. She is also involved in many policy-making projects at national and international levels. Our very own alumna, we're very, very happy to have you back here with us in the family fold, ma'am. Welcome, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you so much, Betty, for, as usual, saying such wonderful things about me. Thank you so much. In fact, good afternoon, a very good afternoon to each and everyone who's here. As Dr. Bhan has been hearing, and I think I need to say it too, the past 3 days have been amazing. And they have showcased such wonderful work. Congratulations, Professor Bhan, and your team, of course, for having organized such.
Dr. Dalvi, I think you're hiding yourself. There is something.
Am I?
Yeah.
Can you see me now?
No. Sit upright and hold your hand, I think, on the side.
Okay, can you see me now?
Yes, now much better. Now
better?
much.
Yeah,
yes.
Because I can't see myself, so I don't know. I can only see you on the screen. So
okay.
I don't know.
Okay, never
anyway, so yeah, thanks so much for having me. And though I think this is the last plenary session, I'm still looking forward as the other participants to hearing a wonderful session. I know by the end of it, you will leave people yearning for much more, or the next announcement of the third IC3 maybe, I think, because it has been such an incredible intellectual treat that one doesn't want to just leave. And it's so difficult to tell the speakers to say, okay, finish it in such a limited time. But yes, that has allowed us to have such a wide variety of people. With that, I would like to welcome Dr. Hadiza Abdul Rahman. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Hadiza is a senior lecturer in special and inclusive education at Bishop Grosseteste University in the UK. Her research interests are around issues of knowledge and its constructions in different contexts, especially the ways that it interacts with various other social structures. She's interested in alternative systems of knowledge, education of groups considered on the margin, and also in the ways that colonialism shapes the narrative regarding education in post-colonial societies. I think Dr. Abdul Rahman, I'm not going to be spending more time going on. I'm just eagerly waiting to listen to, as with the others, your interesting topic on responding and unfolding the local situations, the Nigerian context. So Dr. Abdul Rahman, the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Very well.
I'm a bit concerned about sharing my screen. Betty, I don't know if you have my presentations close to hand in case I can't share.
Yes, we
But
do.
okay, is that the one I sent now? I've sent a review.
I'll just check, Yukti. I've just uploaded a new version.
Okay,
the
that's
drive.
good. All right, I'll also try sharing my screen anyway. First of all, I'd like to say good morning here, good afternoon in India, namaste. Where I come from, we say inakwana. That's Hausa from northern Nigeria. I'm going to start with a caveat. I've been down with a viral illness for 3 weeks. I've just got my voice back. If for any reason I put off the microphone, it's because I'm coughing violently. Hopefully my voice goes. So yes.
You're sounding excellent.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Ban, for having me. Thank you so much, SNDT India. One day I hope to be able to come to India and take all of this, and it's been an amazing conference.
Yes.
And I'm going to try sharing my screen in the hope that it works. And no, it's not working. So I'm going to have to rely on Betty to help me, please.
We're ready for you.
All right.
Great.
So my presentation, if we just move to the next slide. So my presentation is titled Responding, I think I might need to go back. Sorry. Responding in unfolding local situations, the Nigerian context. When I got the brief, I'm like, oh dear. How am I going to try and fit in the Nigerian context in 40 minutes? Nigeria it's a tough call. Nigeria is a really, really complex context. So it's a challenge. And I'm going to start with a caveat. Even though I'm talking about Nigeria, I'm wary of essentializing it and reducing it to sound bites. If you're from the global south, you know that things are not as easy to encapsulate. It's more complex than that. And I was looking at it and I'm thinking, this is so negative in many ways, so many issues. I was listening to Professor Khan and I'm like, well, Nigeria is certainly no Finland. But then there are amazing things still happening. So while you're listening to what may feel like issues upon issues upon issues, I want you to bear in mind that it's just one facet of the Nigerian education system, that there are amazing things happening everywhere else. So don't walk away thinking, oh, this is very depressing, if that's how it comes across. Thank you. Can I move on to the next slide, please?
Yes.
So I thought I should start. I tend to start my presentation with a little bit about myself, some of the things I do, why I do what I do, and my research and advocacy. And the reason I do that is to kind of encapsulate what I call my philosophy my Ubuntu philosophy. Ubuntu is African for a philosophy of relationality, what the things that connect us. So while I'm here as Hadiza from the UK and from Nigeria, we're really part of a global system. We're now connected. I'm connected with Professor Ban. I'm connected with my colleagues all over the world. So yes, my interest is inclusive education. But what I like to think is, when we think inclusive education, we think people with disability, we think people with challenges. I'm very interested in that. My other focus is the education of marginal groups, students or people considered on the margins, those who don't fit your stereotypical students. And I also look at inclusive education, looking at wider power structures. What allows our society to be fashioned in the way that it is? That's one of the things that I try to do. My everyday job, I'm a senior lecturer at the special educational needs department of Bishop Brewster's. So Dr. Julia Lindley Baker is my able manager, and we have a lovely team going on. My other job is that I do research and advocacy around a special system of education in northern Nigeria. It's a classical system of education that is about 1,000 years old, but which has fallen out of favor because a lot of the students in the school are not considered to be in a school. Their schooling is not recognized. And this pushes up Nigeria's out of school figures to about 10 million. You can imagine 10 million children being out of school. A lot of them are the Almajiri of northern Nigeria. So I researched the Almajiri of northern Nigeria, who in many ways end up being street children and are seen as a problem. And in my other day job, I advocate for this group. I am a loudspeaker because their voices don't tend to be listened to. If I can move on to the next slide, please. This is a picture. If you want to check out some of the issues, you maybe see them like this, with bowls in hands, maybe begging on the streets. But they are more than this. They want to be seen as scholars. Sadly, their education system is not recognized. I say this in every presentation I go to because these are the boys, the demographic, which allows me to have the voice that I do today and talk about the issues I talk about. So I try to carry their stories along with me all the time. If I can move along, please. What are my aims for today? And I forgot to start my time, so maybe hopefully someone tells me when I have 10 minutes more. My aims for today is I'm going to just try and introduce you to the context of Nigeria's post-colonial education system. I like to say post-colonial because I feel like it's really important to still recognize this. Our education system is still very much influenced by our British origins. I also would like to explore some of the educational challenges in Nigeria today, and then I'd like to situate this within a global context. And I say global while asking, what do we know about global? I was thinking of a title. I'm like, I got the brief, and I'm supposed to talk about COVID. I'm supposed to talk about challenges. I'm supposed to talk about resilience. But yet I know that our problem in Nigeria is very specific. Is very peculiar. So while everything else is happening around the world, we still have a particular set of challenges, and hence the word global. Global just means our needs and unique qualities in a local context, but then juxtaposing it against global concerns. So while we're worried about the pandemic and COVID and everything else, that is in the background, but in Nigeria, we have other sets of challenges, and hence my global approach. And then I'm going to try and share with you some local innovations in light of these challenges. How have people reacted to what is happening? And then if we have time, I'm hoping for some kind of meaningful engagement. But I think this engagement has already happened in the past 2-3 days that we've been here already.
Yes.
If I can move on, please. Can we move to the next slide?
Yeah.
This is Nigeria. It's in West Africa, and it's part of a long history of West African scholarly traditions. Even long before the British came, we had a long history of schooling in the whole of West Africa. So we mustn't devoid that from the context. If I can move on, please. So this is what situates Nigeria within West Africa, this map. And then this is when you zero in on Nigeria. Abuja is the capital, my hometown, and I wish I could you could see my screen. It's just a few hundred kilometers from Abuja. If I can move on, please. So like I mentioned, Nigeria is a former British colony. Between 1900 and 1960, we gained our independence in 1960, and we became a republic in 1963. What makes Nigeria interesting is that we have about 200 million people. And I say that and people gasp, but then I realize that we've got India in the house, and India is the big brother. You guys are hitting 1 billion. So yeah, we've got 200 million people. So while you can recognize that if you're in Finland with 5 million, it's easy to, and maybe very much homogeneous, Nigeria is peculiar in the sense that 400 languages are spoken in Nigeria. So you can imagine what that would mean for an education system. So what that means is that we learn in English. English is our lingua franca. And our education system is still very much modeled on this British system. In fact, in Nigeria, you have so many private schools who tell you that they're international schools and they use the British curriculum. That's still a thing. I always get so cross because my nieces and nephews go to the school. And I'll tell you what they do. They teach using the British curriculum. And then when they're teaching about Nigeria, they teach it as a subject. They call it Nigerian studies. And that just does my head in. So they actually teach Nigeria as a subject. There are various attempts at education reform over the past 60 years. I say attempt because we bring in education policy after education policy. And yet we have a fifth of the out-of-school children in the world. Out of school, quote unquote. There's a north-south divide in educational access and uptake. Like I said, Nigeria is there's so many languages, so many different regional varieties. In the northern Nigeria, we have a lot of the Islamic influence, hence the Almajiranchi school, because Islam came from the north, through the desert, through Sudan. And then in the south, we have a lot of the English schooling because obviously the colonialists came through the sea and the seas in the south of Nigeria. So I think that would give you an idea of what I'm talking about. And northern Nigerians for a long time were very suspicious of Western English schooling because it came through proselytizing mission schools. So they used to worry that if they sent their children to Western schools, they may come back with values and a religion that they did not recognize or identify with. So hence the reluctance still to send their children to school. If we can move on, please. Oh gosh, how do I talk about Nigerian education system in 40 minutes? I honestly can't. And so what I am giving you is just a flavor. I think what I'm hoping is that you walk away from this presentation saying, I think I have a bit of an idea. Just a bit of an idea. If you really want to find out more, there are lots of papers and references that I can share. But Nigeria is a federal system. It's got 36 states, and then we've got the federal capital. And then within the states, we have about 744 local governments. So you can imagine 36 different governors, 36 states having different focus. And then we have a Ministry of Education, a federal Ministry of Education, but that's largely responsible for the tertiary education, so the university education. So in many ways, primary and secondary schools are still the domain of states and local governments. So like I said, there are different focus. There's a different focus in each area. And what that means is that there's a variety of quality across Nigeria, depending on where you go. The country is multilingual, over 250 different ethnic groups, over 400 languages spoken, but there are 3 major languages, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa. And what you call the Hausa. So when I said Inakwana to you earlier in my presentation, which is good morning, that's Hausa I am speaking. But what I need you to recognize is, even though I fall under the umbrella of Hausa, and my mother's family is originally Hausa, I also speak another language, which is Nupe. And if I wanted to say good morning in Nupe, I would say Kube Lajin. So that's the nature of Nigeria. And I don't know how it is for India, but each Nigerian that you may come across could easily speak 3 to 4 languages. And it's just part of our language repertoire. Yeah. The original universal basic primary education policy says every child is guaranteed 9 years of free basic education. That's what it says. Now, we all know that education comes at an opportunity cost. Just because you say education is free doesn't really mean that it's free, because the parents have to find money for uniforms, they have to find money for books, and so many other things. There's an opportunity cost of going to school. Many in Nigeria live below the breadline. If you're sending your child to school during the day, that means that child is not available or around to help with earning a living. So people balance. Do I send my child to school and then that child can't help me? And because education in Nigeria now really doesn't, you know how you think of education as being aspirational, as being a way out of poverty. Many people can't see the dividends of education in that way. So they are not sold on what education is going to give them. They can't see what education will do for them in the current day. So they're not convinced that sending their children to school that way really helps. So we have the 9 years of basic education, so 6 years of primary education, and then 3 years of junior secondary. That's what's called basic education. And then you're supposed to have 3 years of senior secondary, where they begin to introduce vocational subjects, sciences. You begin to really specialize. And then we have the tertiary education, which at a minimum is 4 years. So degrees in Nigeria, 4 years to 6 years, depending on the program of study. We can move on. Can we move on?
We need to move. Yeah, we need to move.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And then we come to, for lack of a better word or better sentence, what I have titled the basket of challenges. Because I was like, if I had a basket, if I was a market woman, this would be really heavy. And I was like, okay, I'm supposed to be looking at COVID, but I can't even look at COVID without contextualizing Nigeria's educational challenges. I need to mention what is happening in the present. So while we are discussing COVID, honestly, my sense of frustration, or my source of frustration and predicament when I think about education in Nigeria and the challenges that it's facing now, almost an existential threat to the education system in Nigeria, is the spate of kidnappings. So Nigeria's education system currently is in deep crisis on multiple fronts. First of all, you have access to education. Some places do not have good schools, poor infrastructure, quality of education, poor teacher training. But recently, as far back as 2014, when the first recorded case happened, there has been mass kidnappings of school children. And I think that is arguably the gravest existential threat to the education system. Mass kidnappings of school children. I don't know if you know about the Chibok girls. It was all over the news. It had a hashtag, Bring Back Our Girls, BBOG. And this was when 276 schoolgirls were kidnapped in their hostels on April 15th, 2014. And a lot of them are still not back. Some are back, but about 100 are still not back. Many have not been found. But and then in that same year, because I feel like at least the girls got some attention, in that same year, within that same state, Boko Haram, which is a terrorist organization that has been operating in Nigeria, Chad, Cameroon, Niger, in the Sahel, Boko Haram also went into a boys' hostel, and this comes with a trigger warning, slaughtered 56 boys in their hostel. So you can imagine.
Oh my God.
Yes, that's. I want to talk about COVID. I want to get to COVID, but I want to also
much more
what we're dealing with. And since then, just when we thought it was better, 2020, 2021, in fact, from 2019 to 2021, it's just become something else. There's one crisis or the other. In my state, about 3-4 months ago, 4 to 6 children were stolen from their school, and they're still missing 3 months on. So this is what we're dealing with. If you're asking people to send their children to school, what school? You can't even guarantee their security. So forgive them if they say, nah, I'm okay. I'd rather keep my children safe than for them to go and learn anything. So then everything else becomes just theoretical. It doesn't matter when it comes to your life. You just want to keep your children safe.
Absolutely.
So Nigeria's education system, this is just giving you what I consider to be the most existential threat even before COVID. Nigeria's education system is what you'd call complex system nested within an even bigger complexity. I can't even begin to touch on everything. This is just, like I say, a snapshot. If we can move on, please. I don't know that we have time to play the videos. I wish we did, but I don't think we do. And I don't know if it will work. How am I doing for time, Becky?
Another 10 minutes?
Oh gosh, so no time to play the videos. I'm happy to share my slides and you can access the videos because I think well, I've got 3 videos there. That's why I'm not gonna bother to play them. So this particular video shows you a Nigerian school and the number of students in it and the particular peculiarity they face. And this is in Lagos. So Lagos is in the south and is considered very cosmopolitan. But it's like there are 5 million people in Lagos. And so you can imagine Lagos State's challenge in trying to provide education to everyone. So this particular one just begins to show you what a poor neighborhood in Nigeria may look like and what people do when they're in that situation. So in terms of population, Nigeria is considerably large. There is a saying that if you meet 5 Black people, 1 out of every 5 Black person is a Nigerian. We're literally everywhere. It has 20% of the total out-of-school children population in the world. Now I say that, quote unquote, because remember the education system that I study, even though it's a system 100 years old, 1,000 years old, because we haven't been able to integrate it properly into our post-colonial education system, their schools are not seen as schools. So you have 7 million boys in this system that is not seen as a school, but they take it to be a school. So when you're looking at 10 million children out of school, consider that you've got about 6 to 7 who are in a school that is not seen as a school. Adding to this challenge, we have a high birth rate, which in itself shouldn't be a problem because I'm very wary of the policy which looks at countries in the global south as always having children as if that is an issue. We know from China and from even India that it's not having children that is a challenge. It's what you do with your high number of population, whether you harness it for good and whether you're able to meet the challenges of a high population. Add on top of this, obviously, the normal issues that affect us in the global south, poor funding, mismanagement, poor infrastructure, poor teacher quality, and lack of political will. Because as much as we say these things, I also feel like a lot of it we have to take responsibility for. But I also know that these issues are part of a wider issue. So there are issues both epistemic when I mention a school that is not recognized as a school, but also systemic when I talk about lack of political will. But this is set within a global matrix of power. There are the Omicron, let me give you an example of the Omicron virus. And I was explaining to my niece yesterday what I mean by a colonial global matrix of power. It's what allows countries in the global north, the powerful countries in the global north, to be able to clamp down on travel from Africa overnight because there is a virus. The fact that we are still subject to harsh conditions and sanctions that we can do nothing about on the whims of powerful countries means that in many ways we're running with shackles on our feet. Things can still hold us back. If I'm beginning to veer to the political, it's because I believe the political is personal, and I'm speaking as a subject from the global south who gets very aggrieved at the set of challenges that we constantly face. So it's this unique set of challenges that I have to outline even before I begin to focus on the pandemic, highlighting the need for a global approach, but also really paying attention to what my specific set of challenges are. When I say I speak as a Nigerian, even though I've lived in Britain for 25 years, but as someone who deeply cares about what happens back home. Can we move along, please? So in case you're new to the term, it's a management term that has been in operation for a while, and I think the source is from Japan, and I'm happy to provide references. But what it really means is having a global approach while presenting global knowledge, but really setting it within a local context. So really encapsulating that whole think globally, but act locally. So what are we doing? I'm thinking globally. We're speaking before a global audience, but I'm also thinking locally. So globalization is really about universal yet particular tendencies in contemporary social, political, economic, and education systems. And then in the next slide, if we can move on, I have a case of Northern Nigeria, and I include Northern Nigeria because I'm from Nigeria, but I'm from Northern Nigeria. You know how I talk about Nigeria being very specific and regional. When you're talking about education issues in Nigeria, Northern Nigeria is in another category entirely. Okay. In fact, amongst Nigerians, we know ourselves. They see a Northern Nigerian somewhere in the UK or somewhere in the world like me, and they're like, wow. And they show surprise that you can even speak good English. But that's because we have an alternative system of education in place and stereotypes exist. 30% of children here do not have access to basic education. People say it's because of lack of adequate parental support, but I think there are other reasons. Like I mentioned, schools suffer insufficient funds, especially girls have even greater difficulties and lower levels of enrollment. And again, there's a video there that you can watch. So what I've done is rather than talk, I really wanted you to watch videos that would show you or give you a flavor, a visual imagery of what I'm talking about. Like I said, maybe Betty can share the slides. I'm happy for you to share the slides with a caveat. Please, as you watch, try not to stereotype Nigeria. Try not to essentialize us. We're more than our problems. We're more than our challenges. We all know that the best of every country are its people. So please try not to essentialize us. Thank you. Next slide, please.
Maybe we can watch one video.
Yeah, one, exactly. I think I was just saying that. At least one video.
If we're going to watch one,
yeah,
we can maybe watch the first one.
All right.
Yeah.
We would love to watch one.
I can hear a bird squawking.
Yeah. You know, with so much of passion that you're bringing in, it's an essential thing to watch the video.
Yes.
It would be lovely. I've got 3 videos there, and I just thought it would just bring it home. I don't know if Betty's trying to find a video.
Betty, are you Betty Yukti?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yes.
There.
Really helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier.
Ikota Primary is a popular school run by Lagos State Government, but it's facing major challenges in providing a decent education for the children here. There are 116 students to every 1 teacher, nearly 4 times the state's target ratio of 30 students per teacher. And there are other problems.
We have acute shortage of toilets. And then our main gate needs repair.
Nigeria's federal government has allocated over $2 billion to basic education in the last 4 years, with some of the money coming from international donors.
According to the federal government, millions of dollars set aside for education are not being used by state governments. It also says some state governments are employing large numbers of unqualified teachers, they don't have enough school examiners, and are not inspecting schools properly.
This is leading to poor educational standards in state schools. That's why Evelyn Etta decided to send her children to private school.
They are more focused, because the owner of the school is there, and then it's actually interactive. The parents get to have their input.
We have different types of homes.
There's been an increase in private schools like Green Springs, where the facilities are much better. And private school need not be prohibitively expensive. Fees can be as low as $1,000 a year. The Lagos State government says available federal funding only adds up to about 20% of the money needed. The state has to generate its own money to fund education.
As a government, you cannot put all your money in education. To spend what we earn, we're trying very hard. It's not yet uhuru, but at least we're doing our bit. As we speak, in the last couple of years, we have 200 classes added to the number of classrooms that we have.
The challenges in Lagos are huge. The number of children needing an education increases as the population grows. To meet demand, federal funds will have to be increased, and the state we'll have to figure out ways to generate more funds for schools too. Yvonne Dege, Al Jazeera, Lagos, Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thank you. That
If we can go back to the slides, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Betty.
Yukti, are you going back to the slides? Yes.
Or Yukti. Sorry,
Yeah.
Yukti.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, not at all. Yeah.
So, and then I come on to educating in a pandemic. Without a doubt, we know that schools have been amongst the worst institutional casualties of complex disasters. They've always been in times of war, in times of conflict. They've always been amongst the worst. I'm currently also taking part in a conference on educating in emergencies. I belong to a collective on educating in emergencies. And I feel like in Nigeria, we're always in one sort of emergency or the other. And what that means is that you get an influx of donor agencies, but we know what aid money does. Aid money comes with certain conditions, which don't always meet your needs. So Nigeria always feels like it's in some sort of complex emergency. Even before COVID, we had Boko Haram insurgencies and so many other things. But Boko Haram presents a unique set of challenges for Nigeria's already fragile education system. Remember our large out-of-school population. What this pandemic means is that some children will never come back to education again. Some may have been married off.
Yes.
Died, some may have had parents die. So many things would have happened. What COVID did was to lay bare so many vulnerabilities as a society, and this is even the best of societies. I live in the UK, I've lived in the UK for over 2 decades. Even the best of societies struggle, and COVID showed that the digital poverty and digital divide was made clear. Currently in the news in the UK, and I struggle to watch it. A little boy was killed, his father and stepmother during the pandemic. The abuse was consistently going and he was missed. At the same time in Nigeria, an 11-year-old was killed in his boarding house through bullying. So we know that in every context, there are all these issues. So Nigeria is still taking time to recover from the devastating effects of prolonged school closures. This is because so much was lost. And we have national education exams. We have sorry, it's my time running out. I'll try.
No. Yeah, just 2 minutes.
How many minutes do I have?
2 minutes if we can wind up.
Okay. So we have national education exams, but states have been closed, so schools have been closed, so they are not even meeting these challenges. If we can move on, please. So school closures, according to UNESCO, affected over 36 million primary and secondary school learners. These are those in internally displaced camps, mostly financially disprivileged households. If you're rich, you can access alternative learning, you can access private schools, you can access other forms of things that will make life easier. This is on top of the digital divide, non-availability of smartphones, of computers, of internets. So yeah, as with many parts of the world, digital poverty is a serious concern even before the pandemic. If you move on, please.
Can we, Dr. Hadisa, if we can wind up?
Okay, that's fine. I'll just, if we can just keep going again. I won't. This is more.
I'm really sorry for that, but I think we're just.
That's okay. Again, so many vulnerable groups. I haven't even touched on special educational needs, but you can imagine if normal categorized as typical are struggling, what's happening to those that are atypical?
Yes.
And just slide through the pictures, please. Certain innovations have happened, usually through television and radios. So television and radio classes. And I'm just gonna move on to the pictures.
Yes.
If you keep moving.
Yes, you keep moving.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
a
I think that's nice.
our children using a radio. Can you see the really little radio? This is a TV program. Yes, the TV program next. And these are self-study packs. This is actually from my school. I have a school 10 years old. This is what we give to some of our students in addition. And then if you move on, please. So yeah, many local initiatives, especially even the use of WhatsApp. WhatsApp was so popular as a way of teaching.
Yeah, I think that
Yes, yes.
resonates with what we have.
Yeah, right.
Yes, if we continue to the last slide. So there are no conclusions. I don't tend to have conclusions because nothing is ever complete. So it's just sharing. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry that it was rushed.
No, I'm sorry that
We
we
are
needed
sorry.
to rush you, really, Dr. Hadiza. But I must say that, as I said earlier, also what passion you bring in and what positivity you bring in. I think with that, all the negativities just get overlooked to what the positives are. And yeah, I do wish that we had more time hearing you about all the constraints that you have and the divide between the North and the South and the kind of things that it kind of brings in a bit of clarity about how the education is and why it's viewed the way it is. But having said that, I wish we had seen the end part first with, so much more innovations. But I do hope that we are going to be, all the participants are going to have a look at the presentations and the videos, which will supplement all that you have said. So without anything else, thank you so very much, Dr. Hadiza, for being here with us. Thank you. And Betty, do we have any question, or do we have even time for a thought or a question?
We'll take one question if anyone had.
If there is. I don't see any question. I think it's just.
Can I just say a few words if it's okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Actually, you brought back my childhood memories. I was brought up in Nigeria. I'm so happy to tell that. My childhood was in Nigeria. I'm so happy to see someone from Nigeria after a long time. I came back in '85. So my primary education was there. And I have so sweet memories of Nigeria. I'm so happy for you. Whatever has happened, it's really sad, but I hope you'll all overcome and we become more resilient and we reinvent. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Yes.
So I don't, thank you, ma'am. I don't see there are any other questions. So I think we can close and over to the organizers. And thank you, Professor Bhan, for having me here.
Oh, thank you,
and
Shamla.
all the best. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
I just wanted to make one statement, Hadija. We've not had enough of you, and we definitely want much more of you. So this is a beginning of our association. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
Yeah. Incredible, India.
Loved your presentation.
We have to meet soon.
Yes.
We do look forward to you coming over.
Yes, yes. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much for that passionate and resonating presentation. Really. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Over
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shamla, ma'am, for the bringing together and summing up of the entire presentation. And thank you so much, Dr. Hadiza, for that really interesting presentation, giving us a new look and a new perspective, and helping us not to compartmentalize or just look at issues, but look at everything in entirety. So, essay, and we will now quickly take a group photograph. As soon as the photograph is taken, we'll go in for a 5-minute bio break. After that, we will get ready for the invited paper presentations. As soon as we're back from the bio break, the instructions for that also will be shared. Just to give you a heads up, we will be moving into breakout rooms. So please be ready.
Yeah, pictures are taken.
Perfect.
Thank you. So I think 3 minutes should be enough, Betty, because they'll take time to get into the breakup room. So I think 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you,
See you,
Dr.
everyone,
Shweta
in 3
Malvi.
minutes.
Thank you very much. And please hang on.
Yeah, I'm very much here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Sujata.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone's a lot more comfortable now. All right, so it's time for our invited paper presentations. We have 4 presentations lined up today. So what is going to happen is that we'll have one presentation happening in the main room that's here, and the other 3 will be divided among 3 breakout rooms. The participants will be assigned to each of the rooms. That's the main room. So they're numbered as room 4, room 7, room 8, and room 9. Before we go ahead, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce the chairpersons and very briefly the paper presenters also. Our our chairperson, one of the chairpersons for the invited paper presenters is Dr. Preeti Verma. She is the former head Department of Special Education. She was the Associate Dean of Interdisciplinary Studies, the IQAC coordinator for SNDT Women's University. So happy to have you back, ma'am. We miss you.
I miss you all too.
Dr. Verma is still a part of DSC, and she's always willing to lend a hand to the department and its faculty in any way that's required. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you for agreeing to chair this session. Our next chairperson is Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Verma.
Oh, you're welcome.
Our next chairperson is Dr. Pradnya Wagpanjan. She's Professor, Department of Education and Associate Dean, Interdisciplinary Studies, SNDT Women's University. A mix of quiet charm and stern guidance, she is a force to reckon with. Dr. Pradnya is a big support to our department. She's one person we turn to when any matters related to the university are required. Dr. Pradnya, very happy to have you here with us. Thank you.
So well said. One force we go to.
And our next presenter, sorry, I keep saying presenters, won't hear from them, but our chairperson is Dr. Akhil Paul, the Director, Sense International. He's one of the most dynamic change makers in the field of rehabilitation. Dr. Paul lives and breathes for persons with deaf blindness. He's very well known nationally and internationally, a passionate activist for persons with disabilities. He's the recipient of many awards. Under his leadership, Sense International India is doing path-breaking work nationally as well as in other developing countries. Welcome, sir. It's an honor to have you with us.
Very much. Thank you, Sujata. Preeti ma'am, namaste.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
And our fourth chairperson for this invited paper presentation is Dr. Asmita Hudar. She is a Fulbright scholar. She is the principal of CCYM's Harshu Advani College of Special Education, a meticulous perfectionist to the core with a very charming personality. She's always willing to help and supports DSC. We at DSC share a long-standing academic partnership with HACSC. Under her able guidance, the college is reaching for great heights. Happy to have you with us, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, the whole team. Thank you.
Thank you to all the chairpersons for consenting to be the chair to the invited paper presentations. We really appreciate your taking the time and being here with us. I would now like to very quickly welcome our invited paper presenters. The chairpersons will be giving a brief introduction in the rooms itself. So I'm just going to tell you who they are. We have Ms. Suzanne Rodrigues, Vice Principal, Clarion School, Dubai, UAE. Our next presenter would be Ms. Manisha Lad, Founder and Executive Director, Akhil Autism Foundation, New York City, USA. Ms. Seema Thuli, Director Academics, Amar Jyoti Charitable Trust, Delhi. And Dr. Sonam Rinchan, Associate Professor, Samste College of Education, Royal University of Bhutan. So these are our chairpersons and our paper presenters. What I will do now is open up the breakout rooms. As soon as they're open, you will see messages displayed on your screen at some corner. that will tell you to enter the breakout room. Please accept that message to enter the room. Once you're there, you'll be able to access all the facilities that you require. You can share the screen as well as you can have a conversation. The only feature that may not work would be the chat, but do give it a try and see if it is working within the room itself. So here we go. The rooms
sorry, Betty.
Yes.
They also tell us how to come back. Even that time there will
Right,
be
yes, sorry. So on the bottom right corner of the screen, you will get an option to leave the breakout room or join the main room. So select either one and that should bring you back. And if you have any problems, there is a help button. If you click on that, me or one of the technical team will come and join you. Of course, some of our students are going to be there with you to support you. So help is at just a call away.
Yeah, just a sec. Professor Pradnya, can you please turn your camera on? We are known for clicking pictures all the time, and I want to see your beautiful face. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Betty.
Okay, just making sure.
Sorry to interrupt. Betty ma'am, can you allow all the students to access the recording, please?
Yeah, once they're in, they'll check the recording is activated. We'll have to see whether it will work in the rooms or not. Okay. All right, so here we go. The rooms are open. And we will shortly get the participants to join you once you are settled in and comfortable.
Drawback here in this online thing is that we can't choose. We are at the mercy of Miss Betty Abraham. Wherever she puts us, we have to go there. Whereas in a physical conference, we could make a choice and they would be all flocking into one room and the other one is wondering like, oh my God, there's nobody. So in a way, this is a fair treatment to everybody.
By the way, it's not me making the choice, it's the Zoom system. So tomorrow I don't want mails. Why did you put me here? Why didn't you put me there? All right. So I'm going to start assigning the participants, so the chairpersons and the speakers can move to the rooms. If you haven't got a message, that means you're not expected to move into another room. Akhil Paul sir, you would have got a message. Dr. Verma, you won't get one. Suzanne, ma'am,
I haven't got message yet.
Oh, okay. Let me check.
Same here. Yeah, even I haven't got.
Yep, you should have. Just maybe it just went away.
No, I was concentrating.
Try again. Try again.
If you can see an icon that shows like a breakout room on the screen.
There's nothing, Betty, on the.
Yeah.
Suzanne, you won't get it. Not for Suzanne.
Asmita ma'am, if you could send me a screenshot of your screen, I can figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I'm sending it right away.
Thank you.
Okay,
Manisha Lad is in the breakout room, so she's managed to reach there.
Okay.
Betty, even I haven't received any message. I'm just looking for it.
Okay,
but,
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent you a WhatsApp email.
Got it.
This part we were dreading because this is little technical and it can go haywire. And we have so many parallel paper presentations. So we were
Ma'am,
really
I'll just
worried.
call you back. Thank you.
I hope it works.
That's fine. Let's deep breathe and.
Yes. Can't help it. Can't help it. So
Hi, Sampada. Did you get your breakout room, Sampada?
Hi, Akhil. No, I haven't
Okay,
received mine.
Dr. Sonam is in the breakout room.
Okay.
Manisha Lad is in the breakout room.
Now I got it.
Oh,
you got it now? Wonderful.
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to room 4.
Okay. Dr. Pradnya, did you get yours?
No, not yet.
Asmita ma'am?
I think Asmita's gone. I can't see her.
Yeah.
Sending it to Pradnya ma'am.
Yes, Asmita ma'am is in her room.
Great.
Send it to Pradnya ma'am also.
I got it. Got it now.
Wonderful.
Thank
I haven't received it yet.
Oh my God, who's that?
Sampada.
Oh, Sampada.
Ma'am, we haven't assigned you a room yet.
Oh, so you're in the main room, Sampada. Welcome.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to start moving the participants very quickly.
So can we start the session till then, Betty? Can Dr.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Dr. Verma, please start.
Where am I? Okay.
You're here. You're here with us.
Good afternoon to all the experts from different parts of the world. Invited chairpersons.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Dr. Gattu. And
hi, Susan.
Hi, Susan. And chairpersons, guests, my very own family at DSC, and the participants. Congratulations, Dr. Bhan and your team, and Dr. Himanshu Das and his team for curating the best experts across the world. And the past 3 days have really been really enriching and amazing. In fact, I was so relaxed that I never came on the camera at any day. So, but took in all what was there. So each presentation, I would say, has been outstanding, and we as chairpersons would also love to have a copy of the presentation so that we can refer to it later. And during the pandemic, all of us are finding ourselves more isolated than at any other times, and probably the situation with students is far worse. So it is important that we provide opportunities to learn and also to know people, to know issues around the world. And I think this conference on global challenges in education, resilience and reinvention is just apt. So today's presentation on peace education. So with Suzanne, we know every time there would be something new. And that it made me intrigued and think about how it can be used in a classroom situation, especially more during the pandemic times when the teaching peace education is so vital. So let us hear from the expert and who has always been innovative and has introduced us to recent trends in school education. Always, Suzanne. We look forward to your sessions. So I have the pleasure, I saw Suzanne's brief introduction, and I thought to myself, this is a typical DSC trait where, where we are so hesitant to talk about ourselves. So Mrs. Suzanne Rodrigues is the principal of Clarion School, Dubai, UAE, Vice President of Clarion School, Dubai, UAE. I would want you to be the president. Okay. So
one day.
Of course, yes. So she's a special education. She's data-driven, curriculum designer, and an international speaker. I have heard her on many forums, and we have shared the same stage, and it has always been a pleasure listening to her. Her association dates back to decades with Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, as alumni and faculty. She used to keep her students enthralled in rapt attention. And let me assure you that she would repeat the same magic to all of you now. And she has always relentlessly brought her international experience to India to benefit and keep us updated. So I invite Mrs. Rodrigues to present your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. That was so kind. It's lovely to see everybody here. Hi, Sujata. She said, Dr. Bhan, you're on a professional platform, and everyone else. I can't see everybody, but it's lovely to be back, and congratulations to you organizing your second international conference, albeit on screen. So I'm going to share screen now because I know Betty said you get 20 minutes. So let's make the most of these 20 minutes. I really wish I could have been there.
Oh, how I wish that.
In person, honestly, I remember the last time coming there and catching such good information and learning, and of course, catching up with everyone. So, my presentation is really very, very simple. It is something that we do in our school. It fits the ethos of our school. It is something that has always been with our school right from the academic plan. So the academic plans, the entire plan before you start a new school, ours is a new school. And it kind of got sidelined until we returned to school after the pandemic. Now, a little bit of a brief about my school so that we kind of understand how I'm relating what we're doing to peace education and how it is related to the vision of our school. So my school is Clarion. We are a progressive school. We follow principles of progressivism and we follow the American curriculum. Having said that, one of the principles of progressivism is actually being able to manage conflicts and being able to manage conflicts by the children. Very rarely would you find an adult stepping in to actually separate children, whether it is verbally, whether it is physically, or whether it was even emotionally. It got sidelined. Everything that we do and that was planned to be done by our school got sidelined because the school was being set up. The pandemic hit in 2020, 2019, yes, but schools went into closure in March 2020. And because we're a tiny school and because the country that I call home right now is very, very aggressive with its approach to the entire pandemic, we were able to open up school last year. So we came back to full education last year itself. That was September 2020. But we offered a hybrid version of education. We had some children who were at home and some children who were in school. And gradually, by the time we reached July 2020, everybody was back in school because everyone was vaccinated. Having said that, as we started rolling into school, students kept jumping off, coming back on, depending on the situation at home, depending on whether they showed symptoms, somebody in their home caught COVID. We realized that while we do have to address formal learning skills, reading, writing, and arithmetic, what was very, very important for us to address was well-being, health, and safety. Because most of the children came back having kind of lost their ability to be with, or their abilities to be with other children seemed to be dodgy all over again. Children who were alone at home, who were single children, seemed to have more of a problem and an issue of being back in class than children who were with other family members. But nevertheless, coming back to school had its own issues. How do we understand peace education at Clarion? Okay, so we are an elementary school. So a lot of the pictures that you're going to see right now are from the early years up to grade 6, because we're young. We haven't yet opened up middle school, although we intend to do that. We're a school that is multicultural, multinational, and it really involves students getting used to each other, getting used to being with diversities. We're a fully inclusive school, so we offer admission to everyone who comes to our school. We find ways to make it work. Do we have a strategic plan in place for how we're going to open up and get even better with our inclusion practices? Yes. Peace education for us is about sharing values. It's about building the right attitudes and definitely about those skills which allow us to resolve conflicts. We do not believe in extrinsic agencies for allowing us to reach resolutions. everything that we do is focused towards building intrinsically a student's desire to be able to be better than himself or herself than where he was the day before. You will walk into our school, you will find that it's messy, you will find that it's noisy, you find children working everywhere in groups. And if children need to be on their own, it's because they have a voice and they have an agency to be able to say, teacher, I think I need to be by myself right now, so I'm going to have my quiet time. So I'm going to share with you some of the strategies that we use. They're really simple strategies that we use to engage our students collaboratively, to work with high amount of diversity, and also to be able to have their time when they need it, to be able to say what they need to say and be respected for everything that they have to say. I have to say that when I joined this school, that was something that intrigued me. The amount of student agency, the amount of parent agency, the amount of teacher agency. I think in my years of work, what I'm learning most over here is being able to respect people for what they bring to the table, every one of our stakeholders, what they bring to the table, and trying to see how best we can get the voice of everyone and the choice for everyone engaged in our curriculum. We practice the responsive classroom. Now, the responsive classroom is a whole program, and you can get online and you can read about it. It's a very simple, sweet, and engaging practice that we have. It's student-centered, and it really, really works on SEL, or social emotional learning. For us, the progressive school, you've got social emotional learning right up there, along with the 3 R's: reading, writing, arithmetic. It works together. We have 3 spirals to our program. We've got the competence development, we've got conceptual learning, and we've got character of learners. And all these 3 come together in our program to be able to deal with competence development for the purpose of managing oneself and others, and for the purpose of character of learning. We have responsive classrooms. So we get trained in it, and then we use evidence-based practices to be able to say, this is something that we do that is showing impact. Dr. Verma, thank you so much for saying that I was data-driven. Can you imagine me data-driven? The person who ran away from numbers, but it is true. When you invest so much in your time in a school, trying to work out the best programs for your children, it has to have impact. It is rare that you will find us working whimsically. We do use those practices that are definitely tried and tested, but not without saying that we're creative and we tweak. I like the previous speaker who talked about localization. I think that's exactly what we do. We take global awareness, global understanding, make it local to our context, and in that we innovate. But every time we innovate, we do a 6-week data capture to understand whether what we're doing is really making a difference to our students. The core belief of responsive classrooms, and you see all the pictures are my kids using everything that we're talking about. The core belief is that students will intrinsically learn emotional competencies and intrinsically learn parallelly how to adapt those emotional competencies to academic competencies, which allow more pervasive behaviors in the right way. These are some of the 6 principles of the responsive classroom, and you can go through it. You're going to get this presentation and you'll be able to see what we do, and you'll be able to understand how each one of the practices that we have hinge on these 6 principles. So I'm not really going to take you through all of them. They're really very simple to understand, but I'd like you to look at 5 and 6. We are a multicultural school. We are very diverse. We have students across the board with different abilities, students across the school coming with dual nationalities. Sometimes we have interesting factors with our nationalities because some of the nationalities allow you to choose certain subjects and some don't. So you've got to work with that too, legally. We share cultures from across the world. And partnering with parents and partnering with families is very, very important for us. In fact, that was one thing that I had to get used to too. Another thing that I had to get used to, as soon as I walked into the school 2 years ago, we had this big cafe, and I looked at it and I was like, wow, this is like sitting at Starbucks. Sujata, when you visit, you love it. It's got coffee on tap, all kinds of coffee. And I said, who's this for? And the management said, hey, this is for our parents. And I was like, excuse me, you have parents in the school? And they said, yes, they come in with their laptops, they sit and do their work here, pretty much like a cafe coffee day. It's what I used to do back home, right? Prepare my presentations overnight at cafe coffee day. Well, that's what our parents do. They actually sit in school. And what we've got our parents do while they sit in school is do the work for the school. So I guess it's also about harnessing as many resources as you can. So our parent partnership is strong. It's very strong. And therefore, having parents involved in all our curriculum programs is wonderful, because when you get your parents involved with your curriculum programs, with your practices, you've got more than 50% of your work done. So what does responsive classrooms actually do when it comes to conflict resolution? One, it's about how we treat each other. And I'll share with you some of the languages that we use, some of the language systems that we use. It's not so much what we're learning, it is how we deal with people. My teachers and all of us in schools, we don't use the word children unless we're talking about them somewhere else. But in class, we say friends. And when we say friends, it's really building up the democratic aspect of who we are. We're all partners in our classroom. Social skills. Our kids sit with friends. They get a chance to choose who their partners are. They get a chance to work anywhere in the school. You have adult supervision, but our children are also much more independent because they're allowed to gain independence in a safe environment earlier. And emphasizing of skills through the academics is very important. So when we have our character of learners, no longer is it considered for us to be a hidden curriculum, part of the hidden curriculum. It's very much what we track data-wise also, along with reading and writing. Conflicts are going to arise. We are a young school. We've got ages 3 to around 11. And the 11-year-olds are showing far more need for conflict resolution than our 3-year-olds right now. But it does start. It starts with papers and pencils, and it starts with space, and it starts with who sits where and who said what. We take the first 6 weeks of school to just set up what we call shared agreements. 6 weeks. We do not race into our curriculum. We do believe in 2 principles. One, we've got to fight to keep what is worth teaching, and we've got to fight to keep what is worth learning. And in that, we select what we want from our curriculum so that our students gain holistically. Very simple steps: calming down techniques, explanation using the language of the responsive classroom, resolution and discussions happen even at age 3, and some sort of acknowledgement. No stickers, no stars, no sweets, no token. Well, we do have high fives, thumbs ups, a smile, a raise of the eyebrows, and sometimes we just go, well done, good job over there, but let's look at what we can do better. The I statement is a very, very important part of responsive classrooms. It's about recognizing your emotions. You will find boards like this in every class. Children write down how they feel right from the word go. There's no such thing as a negative emotion. We call it big emotions. So we go looking around schools and looking around our classrooms, and there will be teachers who talk to us when we walk into the classrooms as senior leaders, and they'll say, well, so-and-so is having rather big emotions today. And that's what we talk about, because they're big emotions. They're taking over the child, and he's got to now learn how to come back and how to recenter. And these are some of our formulae that we use. When you do whatever you do, I feel whatever I feel, because da-da-da-da-da, So what I would like for you to do is tut, tut, tut. It's interesting. I have the most old students in our school, which are your 11-year-olds going to 12, actually coming down and having conversations with Jim, who's my principal, myself, and a whole bunch of our colleagues, saying exactly the same thing. They've been in our school now for the last 5 years, and they actually talk to us and say that, Miss Suzanne, when you do this, this is how I feel, or when Miss So-and-so does this, this is how I feel, because this is what's happening in class, and maybe what I would like you to do is this, that, and the other. So we find negotiation, discussions happening at really, really high levels, way down at the age of 3, 4, 5, 6. Students get into discussions, they get into negotiations, and teachers initially will be involved with the negotiations, with the discussions, but as students begin to get better at it, they may not even need the teacher anymore. And the teacher has every right to ask the student and should be asking the student whether she should be there. She will have one eye on them, but she doesn't necessarily have to be part of that conflict resolution. And you find that our students are able to use all kinds of language for how they feel, including when they say, I feel funny. And then you go, can you explain what I feel funny means? What is feeling funny? And they might talk to you about what they mean by feeling funny, because they're still developing language. We come from, our students come from non-native speakers of English backgrounds. So learning the English language is also part of the responsive classrooms. The morning meetings is something that, if you ever visit our school, I'd love to be able to, share with you. Just swing by. It's a beautiful little 10 minutes or 20 minutes that we have, where students get a chance to come to the board. They write out what they're going to do for the day. They talk about their shared agreements. They revisit, they remind, they reflect on their shared agreements. And then they discuss if they have a big question, and the big burning questions, or the BBQs at the morning meetings, are about feelings and are about resolutions and how they're going to push their work forward by maintaining their character of learners. Teacher language, I'll focus a little bit more on teacher language. We know teacher language is most powerful, isn't it? We know it. And it's not just verbal, it's also physical, it's body language, it's your finger, it's your eyes, it's your smile. And what responsive classrooms is pushing us to do is to just be authentic, just be genuine. Don't sugarcoat any pill. Children are resilient, and they will be able to take it if we are able to do it democratically and respectfully. So this is, these are our 3 categories of language. We have the reinforcing language, we have the reminding language, and we have the redirecting language. So the reinforcing language is, these are some of your sentence stems that we get trained to use. What made you decide to do that? I noticed. We always say, I noticed Jimmy and Jane are sitting really well. Thank you, friends, for sitting very well. And that reinforces what we want and gets other students to do what Jimmy and Jane are doing. What helped you do that? Let's talk about it. How does that feel? So, when you do the KWL, and I know we all know about the KWL. So the KWL is there, but we have the H, because now that's the one, right? So it's KWL and H. And we focus on the H. The H is, how did you learn? How do you feel learning it? What happens to you when you get upset? What happened to you when you were a little stressed about learning that? Who did you ask for help? Did you receive the help? What are you going to do if you still haven't learned it? That's the kind of conversations we have. The reminding language. What do you think you need to be doing right now? Let's say they're going down for break. Oh yeah, we don't have bells in school. We don't ring a bell. Time management is part of responsive classrooms. You just learn to time manage. We don't get children, we don't say attention, come listen. We ring chimes. or we ring a little bell, a tiny little sweet tinkly bell, and we have certain attention grabbers. The redirecting language is to get students to do what they believe they should be doing, not necessarily what you want them to do, but what is the right thing to do at that point in time. The thing about the redirecting language is that it's straight, it's focused, it's to the point. We lessen the number of words for the redirecting language. We want to bring students back to focus as quickly as possible with as much of clarity as possible. You'll get these from this website called Kindercraze. You can get onto it, but they are good visuals for the kind of responsive classroom practices that we have. And there's so many out there. I just thought that y'all could use some of these and see if you can access them. Some of them are from Chris Biffle's work. And of course, you have a lot of the teacher. However, if we get into class, we find students doing that, find teachers saying that too much, we know it's not working. That's what we mean by data. And then we get into redirecting language as soon as possible. Logical consequences is what happens if your shared agreements are broken. And the shared agreements are signed at, I think it's here, yeah. So let's talk about this. The shared agreements are signed by everybody. So you can see that they've got their palm prints up there. They write out their shared agreements. They have a little sort of a voting about what shared agreements the class should have. They might have personal agreements, and that comes up in their own reflective journal. But as a class, democratically, everybody's got to agree to the same shared agreements. If these agreements get broken, that's when you get into logical consequences. And these are our top 4 logical consequences. You break it, you fix it. The punishment or the logical consequence should fit the crime or should fit what's happened. There's a loss of a privilege, and then there is take a break or find your self-control. So you walk down the hallway, you will find students as young as 4 years old sitting out there with a book, and you look at them and you say, do you need to be out here, sitting out here with your book by yourself? And if the student says, yes, I do, I need to center myself. I need to come back. I need to just think about what I've done. That's what's happening when he or she is taking a break. Right. These are a sample of our morning meetings. So you've got your students by the end of the year, they write their own morning meetings. They give positive messages to their friends. Different students are assigned this for different days. We start off by actually writing them, but then students by the end of it begin to write their own morning meetings, and they share this. These are boards that are permanently put up in our classroom, special morning meeting boards, and you'll find them outside the room in case somebody needs to know what's happening in that class. And if you do have a conflict that needs resolving, it might be on that morning meeting board, so you're aware of what's happening. Responsive.
Excuse me, Suzanne, if you can wind up.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Reflection journals, a big part of responsive classrooms. You can see that we've designed it to suit our classes. However, we have feelings throughout the day, everywhere. It's incidentally learned, not so much as part of that aspect. Our resources are also talking about equality and diversity. And we have resources like this in every classroom across the entire school. Community building, our entire curriculum has changed to allow the pandemic to have a sense of coming back, to have a sense of belongingness. So we've got units of inquiry, and that's what you see up there. We talk about communities, and all our subjects run through these themes. We're not there yet, but we'll get there. I think practice makes perfect. I think reminding ourselves and redirecting ourselves all the time allows us to stick to our journey of building this culture of acceptance And with that, peace. Thank you.
Thank you for such an inspiring presentation, Mrs. Rodrigues. My call out to you and your team for incorporating peace education in your regular curriculum.
Yes.
Actually, many of us may have heard about it, but didn't know how effective it is in the classrooms. But this global pandemic has brought into sharp focus many of the concerns, possibilities, and challenges that peace education has been pursuing since decades. And I believe that after hearing you, it is time to teach all students about peace building and conflict resolution, irrespective of their grades, irrespective of, like, which school they are in, whether following an American curriculum or an Indian curriculum. This is exactly, or a state curriculum. That is the need. So that I feel that the students have a future in which, humanity can forge higher levels of well-being, peace, and sustainability. So what I heard from your presentation, your strategies, the language that you use, the share agreements. Now, this allows them to probably adapt and much more easily in a more empathetic and resilient way to any new situation, and also to overcome the challenges that they encounter. So, yes, actually, it is so interesting that, probably whenever we get a chance to physically see your school, it would be a day's visit will not be enough to see what you all are doing.
So I had Ritika's
yes.
Yeah, from Trinayani. She visited last couple of weeks ago, actually, and she got a chance to see what I was talking about. So in fact, she's walked away with one of the journals because she said, I really like it. And so there was a sharing of gifts. But I welcome every one of you to our school anytime.
So your efforts are so inspiring that if all schools implement this, we will probably go beyond the walls of our classroom, physical or virtual, empower our students to be positive, and positive in their homes, also schools and around the world. So thank you so much for this awesome presentation. And thank you, Dr. Bhan, for having me here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice seeing you again.
Same here. We're going to wait to get back into the main room now. I'm looking for that icon.
No, I think the paper presentations would
You are in the main room. We have come here now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
All are finished. We haven't had our presentations.
No, same here. We haven't. So by default, we have landed up here and good.
Sorry.
We've been very strict timekeepers. We've been very strict timekeepers. Sorry.
I have just written one thing, Suzanne, in the chat, that I always feel bad that, our students are missing you. They don't know what they're missing. They don't know what they're missing. Earlier, when the pandemic wasn't there, you would still come at least once a year, conduct a workshop. So they would get a feel of your this exuberance and, the passion that you bring in. So I just hope and pray that the pandemic ends and you come back and don't vanish into another country or another back to India and to Bombay and to our department and conduct your workshops. So
wanderlust, Sujata, wanderlust is hitting me, it's hitting me.
That is why I'm saying so.
But I hope I'm back in July. It's all about Omicron now, and
yes.
And we also, with my students, hope to join whatever.
Always, Asmita. Lovely to meet you.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Over to you, Betty. We are really chasing time now. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Verma. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Betty.
But chairpersons, please don't leave. We still need you.
Yeah.
We need your help. So welcome back, everyone. Suzanne, ma'am, if you could stop sharing the screen, please.
Oh, yeah. How do I do that? So
top of your screen, green tab.
Yeah, it says new share.
No. Stop share.
Stop share.
Yeah,
it's click on the new share. It'll stop this one.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yes.
So, well, we have a few more parallel rooms than we did the last time because than the previous session, because we had only 4 invited paper presenters, and that is done with. So now we have our parallel session of paper presenters, those who are here locally. So we have more chairpersons to manage those rooms. So let me very quickly introduce you to them. We have Ms. Sampada Shevde. She is the country head of Perkins, India.
1 second, Betty.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll just wait.
No,
Yes.
Yeah. Let the screen shares be there. Yeah.
Sorry, I've got my sheet on top, so I don't see the screen. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now something else is coming. Okay. So Ms. Sampada Shevde is the country head of Perkins, India. She's an experienced professional in the field of disability and development with 24 years of experience. I'm cutting the bios very short, so please forgive me because we need to really catch up on time. She has varied experience and varied roles, from manager to principal to coordinator to special educator. She's worked all over India and internationally, organizing and collaborating with government organizations, make sure that appropriate trainings are provided to families and communities. Welcome, Sampada ma'am. Very happy to have you here. Oh, and she's also alumna of DSC. So double joy.
Betty, 1 minute. She has won the Best Alumni Award of SNDT Women's University, and I must say that. Thank you so much, Sampada, for joining us. Thank you. We are so proud of you. So proud of you.
Thank you to all of you, ma'am. Several of my teachers are here from SNDT.
Yes.
So whatever little I have done, it's all because of you all.
Always humble. Thank you. Yes, move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Our next chairperson is Dr. Pankaj Kumar. He is presently serving at National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities under DEPWD, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India, as an assistant professor. He's also in charge of the low vision unit. He is been in charge of the National Accessible Library Extension Services Media Production Unit of the Institute. And before joining NIPWID, he was associated with the World Bank project on enhancing teacher effectiveness. He's played a brilliant role as the CRE coordinator for ICE2. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you as the chairperson. Our next chairperson is Dr. Rekha Chavan, Assistant Professor, Department of Education. Ma'am has published many research papers, and so we couldn't think of a more appropriate person to share a parallel session on a scientific paper presentation session, for a matter of fact. She's also a member of many academic bodies, and her area of interest is ICT integration in education. And she runs a lot of training programs for teachers in this particular field.
I can't see her. Is she there in the group?
I did see her a little earlier.
Okay, move on. She'll join.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Please
right.
turn on your cameras. Pragnya, turn on your camera.
Our next chairperson doesn't need any introduction because we've already introduced you to her. Warm welcome once again to Professor Rita Sunawat, former Dean, Head of Department of Human Development, SNDT Women's University. A very strong academician with many publications and awards to her name. I've had the opportunity to present a paper to her, and it is a learning experience. So welcome, ma'am. We're looking forward to it. And then we have my colleague and senior faculty member, none other than Dr. Apurva Panshikar. Again, a very keen mind for research. She's the one who teaches us research at the department. And if you have any kind of research related questions, she's the person you go to. Ma'am, thank you so much for agreeing to chair this session, and we look forward to hearing from you on our paper presentations. And of course, last but not the least, we have our very own Professor Sujata Bhan, who is also going to chair a session. Thank you, ma'am. And so that's it. So it's now time to set up the breakout rooms.
Yes. And please mind the time. Please mind the time. Yeah, please tell about the time.
This time, we will have 10 breakout rooms, and each breakout room will be assigned to the chairperson. So look out for the, I'm sort of trying to do two things at a time. So just look out for the chairperson's name, and then those who are presenting to the specific chairperson, you know who they are. Please choose that room exactly. And whoever else wants to watch the presentation, you all can move around between the different rooms or just stick to one room. Okay. All right. So very quickly,
Betty,
ma'am, I could, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Betty, one quick question.
Yes, sir.
How many approximate participants will be there in each room? Because we don't wait for longer then.
Just the actual paper presenters are, I think, 2 per room.
Yes, yeah, and participants.
The participants, sir, you can just start, they will join, because there are 100 of them. It'll take me some time to sort everybody out. So you can start off with the presentations.
Yeah, please.
All right, thank you.
We won't wait for anyone. So
yeah.
Yukti ma'am, I could use your help. If you could just call out the names for each room, I will put them down. And please excuse me if there are any spelling mistakes, or if I only put your first name, chairpersons. I am apologizing in advance.
Okay, so should I go with room number 1?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so chairperson, Dr. Bhan.
Okay, I'm just putting it as Dr. Bhan. I hope that is enough.
Yeah. Just tell me where to go.
Ma'am, again, just a message will come on your screen. You need to just select that.
All right. Got it. I haven't got this sheet though, in which I have to mark.
All right, so
it's there in the mail.
Okay, second room, please.
Okay, Dr. Pankaj, sir.
Dr. Pankaj. Done. Next room, please.
Room number 3, Dr. Panchika.
Okay, next.
Room number 4, Akhil, sir.
Present, ma'am. Uma ma'am, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Okay.
Next
room number 5, Dr. Rekha, ma'am.
Oh, 1 second. Wait. Okay, who's in 5?
Dr. Rekha.
Aru, thank you so much. You must be so tired. This girl is just tirelessly going on and on. Thank you, Taru, so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay, next one, please.
Room number 6, Dr. Rita Sunawat, ma'am.
Yes.
Room number 7, Professor Asmita Huda, ma'am.
7. Yes.
Room number 8, we are going to have in the main room.
Okay.
Room number 9.
So there's no room number 9 actually. Okay. Yeah.
So
room
Pratnya, ma'am. Dr. Pratnya, ma'am.
Yes.
And last group, Samprata, ma'am.
Yukti, where am I?
Ma'am, room number 10. Samprata, ma'am, room number 10.
No, this is Dr. Verma.
Sorry, Verma,
ma'am, you're in the main room itself.
So, okay, I have not received any message.
Not yet, ma'am. I'm just opening up the rooms. Okay. So the rooms are set. I'm opening them up. there is no, you may get a notification for room 8, but there is nobody in room 8, so please don't bother to go.
We have time only till 5:45. Please make that announcement. We've already extended it from, yeah, please.
So 5:45, everybody comes back to the main room.
Yeah, please.
Whether you're done with the presentation or not, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm afraid.
All right, here we
too.
go. All the best to everyone. Have fun.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you should have either icons that tell you have a breakout room, or you'll have a message that tells you breakout room. Just join.
Nobody is going on room 8, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
I've got the room 8.
Oh, sir, just ignore that.
All right.
Yeah, Betty, I have to join Rekha ma'am, right?
Yes.
Just got the message. Okay, thank you.
I have to join Akhil, is it?
Sampada?
Yes.
No, ma'am, you'll join room 10.
I'm
This
getting
is a different
message.
room.
Okay. So I'll say not now.
Yeah, not now. Betty, just make that announcement that if your number is not there, no action.
Yeah, if you don't get your number, don't go into that room. Sampada ma'am, you should get room 10.
Okay.
I will be in room 4, Ishita and Sachu. You are my speakers.
Dr.
Yes,
Bhan
sir.
is in her,
Yes, sir.
no, she's not in her room yet.
I'm getting a message. You have been assigned to breakout room, Akhil Paul. That's the message I got.
No, your entry is
No,
banned.
because everybody in the room, everybody gets assigned, but the chairpersons, please choose your own rooms. Don't choose another chairperson.
I don't have any other message.
Will come. I haven't got my message also.
Yeah.
I have also not got any.
Maybe we should have a session of chairpersons.
I have a message which says the host is inviting you to join breakout room, Professor Asmita Huddar. Do I join her?
No, ma'am, you stay in the main room. Dr. Verma, you stay in the main room.
Betty ma'am, the same message I have been received. Like I have to join Professor Huddar. Ma'am.
I think we should all go to Betty's house for dinner. She's inviting us there.
More than welcome. More than welcome.
I guess with all the effort she's put in, we need to be actually treating her.
No, no doubt about that, Dr. Apurva.
Okay. All right.
Betty, ma'am.
This is not working. Yes, Hetal.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I and Akansha were supposed to be in Pradnya ma'am's room, but we are getting notification for
Yes, I know. Okay, so I am deconstructing the rooms because this is not working out the way we wanted it to. I'm simply going to open up 10 rooms. Chairpersons will tell you which room number you need to go so that you can manually select the room and go to that room. I think that'll just make it very, very easy and quicker. I'm going to close all the rooms. And
don't worry, we'll figure this out.
Betty, ma'am, in the meantime, could we just give the chairpersons their room numbers? Dr. Bhan, your room number 1.
Dr. Pankaj Kumar, room number 2. Dr. Apurva Panchikar, 3. Akhil, 4.
Yes.
Dr. Rekha Chauhan, 5.
Thank you.
Dr. Rita Sonawat, 6.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Asmita Huddar, 7.
Yes.
Professor P.T. Verma, 8.
Yes.
Dr. Pradna, 9.
Yes.
And Sampada, 10.
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you
can
so
you also
much.
guide how to enter the rooms?
I think there will be an icon showing where the records icon is at the moment, breakout rooms. You click and choose your number.
I have to move to room number 7 and I haven't got that icon at all.
Okay, you
It
will.
has not been activated yet.
Yes.
Yeah, so hold on.
Ma'am, Betty ma'am,
right.
I have to be assigned to room number 10.
Yes.
I don't know. I was with the Sujata Bhan ma'am. Now I'm again in room number. I'm in the main room. I think so. Again.
Yes, you are in the main room. Participants, your attention.
Yes.
I've closed all the breakout rooms. What we've done is I've activated manual selection. We've opened 10 rooms. We will open 10 rooms, and you've just heard which chairperson is in which room. According to that list, please select the room that you will go into.
Okay.
Any questions from the participants?
Betty, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am. Betty, ma'am,
Yes.
actually, I was in Dr. Apurva's this room. I don't know. Again, I think with touch screen disaster, I am back to the main screen.
No, that's
now
okay. We close the rooms, Dr. Sharanjit. We close the rooms, so don't worry about it.
Okay, ma'am. There is no icon on my mobile now.
You will get one just now.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Just now. Just now.
Yeah, Betty ma'am, even I'm finding it difficult to go to the correct room. Always I'm taken to room number 8.
No, now you can select, ma'am. You'll get a list of rooms. Now you'll be able to select which room you want to go to.
You want me to go through room numbers again for the chairpersons? Number 1, Professor Sujata Ban. Number 2, Dr. Pankaj Kumar. Number 3, Dr. Apurva.
I am in one room.
Yes. You're being naughty there, so be there. Number 4, Akhil. Number 5, Dr. Rekha Chavan. Number 6, Dr. Rita. Number 7, Dr. Asmita. 8, Professor Preeti Verma. 9, Dr. Pragya. And 10, Sampada.
Dr. Verma, thank you, sir, once again. Dr. Verma, you can continue to stay here in the main room if you want and not move to room 8.
Okay.
Room 8 can be the main room itself.
And where am I supposed to go? I do not know.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to see. Pushpanjali Gupta,
Yes.
who's your chairperson?
Apurva ma'am.
Apurva ma'am is in room 3.
Yes, but how do I go there?
You will get a list. There will be a small icon for a breakout room, or you will have a pop-up message somewhere on your screen that gives you an option to select which room you want to go to.
Am I in the right place?
No, ma'am, you're in the wrong place. Let me assign you to the.
Yeah, because I entered the room that I got. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I will just move you to room 1.
Yeah, please. Quickly, we are running short of time. I'm
Anji,
getting
ma'am.
calls
Anji,
from RCI. So please.
Anji, ma'am. Room 1, भेजा ma'am आपको. Pushpanjali, I'm going to try and put you to room 3. Hold on.
I had already opened my slide actually. I was about to present.
That's okay.
Okay.
All the best.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else who needs to be assigned to any room, please let me know.
Yeah, I'm Rita Sonawat. I'm waiting for room number 6.
Room number 6. Rita ma'am.
I am waiting for 7.
Okay, one second. Let me just find. Asmita ma'am, you need to go to 7. So I'm assigning you to 7.
Bye. I'm joining.
Rita ma'am, 6.
Hemendra Singh there?
Where did it go?
Mr. Hemendra Singh is there?
I don't see him.
And Ashita?
Ma'am, Ashita and Priya, we are here.
Ashita, you are there. So if the allocations have been done, then can you do your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, you can start, ma'am. I will.
Betty, this is Sarika. I'm a participant. I get to pick my own room, is it?
Yes, Sarika. For this session, you get to pick your own room.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Ashita, are you there?
I don't see her name, dear.
Ashita and Priya Yadav.
Ma'am, I can see her. She's in the last row, adjacent to Sangeeta, ma'am.
Why don't you give her a call?
Priya?
Can you please switch on your camera?
1 second.
Ma'am, shall I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Ma'am, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, I am.
All the best, Priya and Ashita. I'm moving out to the other breakout rooms.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Shall we go on?
Yes. So there is Ishita, there's Priya and Ashita, right?
It's Ashita Panwar and Priya. We are presenting one paper.
Okay, all the best.
Ishita ma'am is our guide.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
So on July 2015, our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, launched Digital India, the government flagship program to
Can I interrupt you, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we just have 6 minutes to present. Okay.
Okay, right, ma'am.
Okay.
So the government flagship program to transform India into empowered digital India. So good evening, everyone. Honorable Preeti ma'am and other delegates. Today, I, Priya Yadav and Ashita are going to present our topic, our paper topic, rethinking the use of ICT during pandemic. So now what is ICT? We all have been talking about ICT for so long. So our resource person, Richen Dorji ma'am also talked about ICT in a recent session. And so what do you mean by ICT? ICT is a diverse set of technological tools and resources used to transmit, store, create, share and exchange information. These technological tools and resources include computers, internet, live broadcasting, recorded broadcasting technologies, and telephony. So I would like to draw your attention towards what was ICT before pandemic. What was the perspective of people before pandemic related to ICT? So before pandemic, there was limited use of ICT as teachers and everyone else thought that just using PowerPoint presentation or using smartboard was the use of ICT. ICT was also used to deliver the content to the students in the presence of teacher, also to access the content on whatever topic we need. So that was the use of ICT before pandemic, but situation changed. COVID-19. So this is a deadliest situation which arrived and hit the world. So situation was there was lockdown all over the world. Social distancing should be the need of our was maintaining social distancing. School got shut down, markets got shut down, everything. Compulsion of putting mask was there, sanitizer. So at this point of time, it was very difficult for us to carry out our physical education system. So what were the challenges? Challenges of the teaching education system was there was a paradigm shift from traditional method to the online method. There was lack of resources in our country, lack of technical infrastructure, curriculum. The previous curriculum cannot be taken carried forward as there was a change in online teaching method, inadequate ICT skills and knowledge for both teachers and students. Now the teachers and students were not at all skilled for using ICT skills, accommodation of huge class. So in country like India, wherein there is a lot of students in one class, there is number of student is about 50 in one class normally. So accommodating such a huge number in one class was a challenge. Quality education and evaluation. So providing quality education, keeping in mind every student should be taken care of, was the biggest challenge, and evaluation was also a major challenge that we faced. That students are sitting at their home, how to evaluate them in groups, how to evaluate individually because they have access to knowledge. So it was a challenge for us. So as we believe in where there is a will, there is a way. So we tried to overcome hurdle. Instead of focusing on this problem, we focused on solution. So with a lot of motivation and willpower, we focused on promotion of blended learning. There were many programs which came up to skill the teachers, to skill ICT with the teachers. Then adapted a new curriculum was suggested. There was change in teaching strategies, use of different platform to carry out digital learning. So like Zoom, Microsoft Team, Google Meet, everything was used to carry out distance learning, use of different techniques for different purposes. Now, for evaluation, there are many platforms. Different platforms are used for different things to make the learning easy and interesting for the student. Realization of creating and curating content. Now ICT was just not limited to searching information. It was now extended to creating the content and curating the content, how to make content interesting for the students. Then reformed concept of ICT. Now the concept of ICT has changed. the need of our was to rethink the use of ICT. We use many platforms like Google Meet, Zoom, Microsoft Team for carry out our classes, Google Classroom for giving the assignment. Jamboard is one of a very good example which we use to give assignment. Mind mapping. So mind mapping is one of the platform which make clear concept clear to everyone. Like it give a clear picture of the concept. Then quizzes, which will make things interesting. Like quizzes, kids love to play quiz. The Mentimeter also plays the same. Then what are the benefits of ICT? ICT, it is because of ICT that we are sitting here, and we are different resource person from different countries are able to give us so much of information. So e-learning and online learning is possible due to ICT. ICT brings in inclusion. It promotes inclusion, as there is no physical barrier. Anyone from anywhere can attend the classes. ICT promotes higher order thinking skill, enhance subject learning. It is used to develop ICT literacy and capability. ICT use encourage collaboration. So this is like we have been collaborating with different countries, and we have come up with so much of good presentations, and we have learned so much in the seminars. So this is what collaboration is. ICT use motivates learning. ICT in education improves engagement and knowledge retention. It also allows for us to differentiate learning with technology. Now, in NEP 2020, it has been said that ICT integration is an integral part of national curriculum. Now, I hand it over to Ashita for further explanation.
Thank you, Priya. Let's talk about. Thank you, Priya. Let's talk about the drawbacks of COVID-19 and online learning. So there are so many drawbacks. There are
Just one more minute.
Oh, okay. So there are so many drawbacks. So these are the drawbacks of online learnings: interrupted learning, like background noise, increased isolation because the children are sitting on a home, and they are not allowed to play outside. Lack of interpersonal skills, socialization skills are also affecting. Lack of reading, the child are not ready to read because they are nowadays the children are read through if they want to learn something, they have to just open the YouTube, and they just have to listen the videos and all. Stress and anxiety with the screen timing is increasing, so the stress and anxieties are increasing. And Zoom fatigue because of the long sitting hours because of they have to take the class. And lack of classroom ethics or discipline. They don't have they switch off their cameras, not opening and not speaking out. And hidden hurdle to access of ICT for remote learning, for lack of academic insensitivity. Next, let's move on to online learning on special education. The difficulty of online education has been a mixed bag, but being a special education student add an extra wrinkle. Let's focus on the challenges in special education due to a pandemic. So these are the challenges faced by the special needs student. Lack of multi-sensory approach, because the special child learn through multi-sensory approach easily. So because of online learning, they don't get a multi-sensory approach. Not being accurately prepared to severe students with disability. Need of revised curriculum. Preparedness to meet the needs of children with severe needs. Ensure to fulfill the needs of children with disability. Sufficient staff to support needs of student. And lack of funding. As a regular students are also facing a problem due to online learning. So because of online classes, let's think about the children with children of special needs. They are also facing a same kind of problem, because they have already have a lack attention span. So these are some researches made by in these areas. They are researches So I have listed down the two researches. These researches is online learning effect on students with learning disability, parents perspective by Ayad and Zinat in 2021. Next research is done by the topic impact of COVID-19 pandemic on education of students with learning disability in pre-university education by Zamina Haiseni, Durga and Mizra. Let's move on to what's next. So we conclude our through this need of blended learning, fluent in using technology, government support in ICT. So fluent in using the teacher and the student are trained to use technology with technology, and government has to support the government also support these put the ICT in classroom and public so that everyone can. And need of blended learning, as we are shifted to online learning, so there is not single method we can through single method we can teach this, that we have to look on different methods through this.
Stop, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just one statement. Just one line.
One, ma'am. Okay, so now we can conclude our paper by saying by saying that we Indian believe in a statement like there is a will, there is a way. We never give up. So instead of challenges, we are focusing on solution. We are focusing on solution. I'm sure by the time we will overcome this hurdle. We will overcome this hurdle also. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And if there is any sort of like mistake, we apologize. This was our first paper.
No, not at all. You did a very good job. Are there any questions which anybody would want to ask the presenters? No. There is one more participant.
Yes, ma'am.
Is
Oh,
he
you
there?
have one more paper? Oh my
Yes,
God,
ma'am.
I'm already back in the room. We have no time.
There is that. I don't think so. That gentleman is there.
Because we have people waiting now. The chief guest and all are waiting. So I don't know how come. Oof.
Okay, fine. We are done then.
Is there anybody else?
No.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. All right. Then we get back to the main room. Are we all back in the main room? I guess we are. So we have to wait for others. So if there is anybody, then we can, till everybody gets back, we anyway can't do anything.
No, the only way is to close the rooms and they will be back.
They must be midway somewhere. Let me just call Betty and ask her what's happening. Oh, but she must be also presenting. They're all presenting right now. So I think I just have to be calm. Just hang on. In the meanwhile, just depends. Yes, she's there. All the dignitaries who have joined the main room, just give us a few moments for the parallel sessions to get over. So just bear with us for another like 10 minutes.
Ashita and Priya, your comments were still were left. I will in your chat because we do not have time and we've come back to the main room.
Yes, ma'am.
I will send you on your chat.
Okay, ma'am.
Sorry, I have dialed the wrong number. I'm very sorry. ma'am, I'm coming. Please close the rooms quickly. Everybody is waiting. Tell him to join now in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes. Okay, thank you.
अरे कार कभी शॉप पे उधर आके हमने देखा अरे तुम्हारे भाई कभी शॉप पे
बहुत सारे देखते रहो कौन कौन सी शॉप्स हैं
ये
There are many different shops. आज वो किसकी मम्मी आई हुई थी जिन्होंने बेबी को लिया हुआ था?
For how long were you enjoying that conversation? Is everyone back?
Sir has already joined. Uma ma'am is
Yes, Subodh sir is also here.
Good evening. Our parallel sessions are going on, and Uma Chilli ma'am is in one of the rooms, so they'll be here in another 2 minutes. Just give us 2 minutes.
Subodh sir, good evening.
Yes.
Namaskar. Varsha Gattu.
Namaskar, good evening. How are you, ma'am?
Namaskar, fine, Subodh fine.
Ji. Subodh ji, कैसे हो? Ma'am, नमस्कार, बिल्कुल ठीक हूँ. All well, ma'am. All fine.
नमस्कार, प्रीति वर्मा.
प्रीति मैडम, बहुत दिनों के बाद आपके दर्शन हुए. After a long time.
I know, after a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
आप कैसे
ma'am?
हैं?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
As it is no change, getting older and older now.
I'm still looking very fine and fit.
So,
namaskar, Akhil.
Akhil sir, namaskar sir.
Good to see you after a long time, Subodh bhai.
Of course, actually, we have been seeing each other through VC only, sir.
Yeah. And sorry, Sachu, we had to cut down. We came back here.
Sorry, I know it is very disheartening for the paper presenters because they have really put in a lot of effort in their research work and in preparation for this presentation.
Yeah.
But just, you know,
I had only 1 minute, Dr. Ban. I just started.
Don't worry, don't worry. We know the amount of work that you have put in, so don't worry about that. And also, it just so happens, you know, when you have a conference like this of this big, whatever. So it just happens that at the end of it, we don't have much time. And I'm just waiting for Uma ma'am. Is she already there? Dr. Uma Tulli, our
Yes, she was with us. She's right there.
Okay, welcome,
Great.
ma'am. Betty, please take
Yes,
over.
I'm here, ma'am.
Wonderful. Namaskar. Betty, please take over.
Welcome back after those exciting parallel sessions. It was wonderful to see all the participation and great presentations made by the paper presenters. Special thanks to our invited paper presenters as well as the chairpersons. Let's begin the valedictory session with a brief welcome address from Dr. And Professor Sujata Bhan.
A very warm welcome to everybody. It's an honor to welcome you all on behalf of the Department of Special Education, SNDT Women's University, Juhu campus, and National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities to this valedictory ceremony of our second international conference in education, ICE2, on the theme Global Challenges in Education, Resilience and Reinvention, given the CRE status by our regulatory body, Rehabilitation Council of India, a statutory body under Government of India. And we have this conference from 1st to 4th of December. So we are on the 4th day. I take this opportunity to welcome our honorable chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Umatulli, director, founder of the prestigious Amar Jyoti School in Delhi. She very graciously accepted our invitation. She is one of the most senior professionals in the country who has dedicated her life towards improving the life condition of persons with disabilities by being a part of policy making, by walking the talk and practicing inclusion and creating inclusive culture. I have always admired you, ma'am, for your poise, eloquence, and such dignified persona, and yet very humble and approachable. And she continues to inspire me and many fellow professionals. We are indeed grateful that you accepted our invitation. Looking forward to your presidential remarks, ma'am. I'm also very happy to welcome our special guest of honor, none other than Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, Dr. Subodh Kumar. I know you are extremely busy right now, but just by my humble request, you have agreed to be with us for a little time. I'm really, really grateful to you for that. I would not be exaggerating if I may say that RCI has been pulsating with energy and significant milestone changes have taken place under his leadership. His democratic leadership, integrity, and down-to-earth nature makes him one of the most popular member secretaries of RCI. We are grateful to you, sir, for supporting us always at DSE in our academic endeavors and being with us today in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you very, very much. I welcome all the very senior professionals in the field of rehabilitation of persons with disabilities for this valedictory ceremony. Most of you have stayed with us in all these 4 days of academic fiesta, and I really, really appreciate that. Now, a few words about the conference. The pandemic caused by COVID-19 posed challenges worldwide, and the education sector was hugely affected. Yet the teachers, like warriors, rose to the occasion, demonstrated incredible resilience, and created ways of addressing new challenges creatively, both for children with and without disabilities. The pandemic also brought the world closer. Everyone was just a Zoom call away. So we thought, let's change adversities to opportunities. This was an opportune time to bring international perspective to address the common concerns and share best practices around the world. We in the department strongly believe in we strongly believe in bringing in the resources and collaborating and sharing. Hence, this conference was planned with the following objectives: to appraise the global challenges in education, to get a world view of teacher resilience, to cope with the educational challenges during the pandemic, and finally, to share the best practices of teacher reinvention to meet the global challenges in education. We were privileged to have 3 vice chancellors to grace our event. On the first day, we had Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Alok Kumar of Ghasi Ram Vishwavidyalaya, a central university of Bilaspur. Then we had our own Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, Professor Ujjwala Chakradev. She encouraged us and wished us success to make it a big event. And on the day of the inauguration of the conference, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Baba Saheb Ambedkar University, Professor Ami Upadhyay, delivered her presidential remarks. DSE takes great pride in saying that we were honored by having sessions with 20 distinguished international speakers from prestigious universities from countries like Italy, Israel, UK, Finland, USA, Greece, Bhutan, Canada, Dubai, Australia, Nigeria, and of course, India. It was indeed a truly international conference. All the sessions were chaired by the most celebrated and revered disability professionals, many full-bright scholars from our own country, like Professor Mukhopadhyay, Dr. Jayanti Narayan, Dr. Aloka Guha, and just to name a few. But I do want to mention more because I really want to thank each one of them. So give me a moment. Professor Anupam Ahuja, Dr. Varsha Gattu, Dr. Bhushan Punani, Dr. Preeti Verma, Mr. Akhil Paul, Professor Asmita Hudar, Dr. Shamla Dalvi, Professor Raj Gupta, Professor Latika Sharma, Professor Rita Sanawat, Professor Pragnya Vakpenjin, Ms. Sampada, and I may have missed somebody. Please excuse me for that. But I really, really extend my heartfelt thanks to each one of you. And We were also privileged to have, a galaxy of these speakers who added so much of value, and I enjoyed, everybody enjoyed. So I think, without saying too much more, I leave it to Betty to take it forward, and I'll come back to convey my thanks at the end of it. Right now, I think I should just put a stop here. I'm just too excited, and I'll go on speaking. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Over to you, Betty. Yes, Betty, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Betty, you're still muted.
Okay, somebody tried to unmute me while I was doing the same thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for whoever's trying to help me. I now request Dr. Apurva Panchikar to please share the conference highlights and takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a very good evening to all of you. So I'll just share my screen as I read through the report for the conference and given my little 2 bits about what are the key takeaways according to me. So I'm very happy to present the report for this 4-day conference on global challenges in education, resilience and reinvention, organized by Department of Special Education in collaboration with the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities. This lovely 4-day conference, it started on December 1st, and today is the last day, that is December the 4th. On the 1st of December, we had the pre-conference workshops by 2 very, very important by 3 important people. However, that they started with the inaugural function, and we had the privilege of having Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Alok Kumar Chakrawal, who is the Vice Chancellor of Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya at Bilaspur in India. In his inaugural and chief guest speech, he highlighted the importance of National Education Policy 2020, adding that it is the talk of the world today. He also elaborated on NEP 2020 for opening up prospects for reinventing the system of education by opening doors for transformative pedagogies and educational system building, well-grounded graduates possessing the 21st century skills to build who can contribute to economic and social independence. Sorry. Then we had our very first workshop by Dr. Eleonora Palmerineri and Professor Piero Crispiani. So they are Italy-based, and they were gracious enough to come and conduct a workshop on what is known as the Crispiani method. So it was presented by Dr. Eleonora, and she highlighted the significance of this method in terms of activating neural connections and improving interhemispheric coordination in the brain. They conducted practical sessions and demonstrated a variety of methods which can be used in the classroom for improving execution of slow and fast motor sequence activities, impacting perceptual, cognitive, and sensory motor areas, all functional areas, and promoting mental and motor reactions. The second workshop was conducted by Tamal Appel, and this was called Making Math Accessible. Her focus was on making math interesting and interactive for children with special needs. She provided practical demonstrations of effective teaching methods and the teaching learning aids, which contribute in making the basics of math clear for the students. She shared ways of designing interactive lesson plans for math by setting clear and attainable goals. Her personal experiences of working with these children added value to the session and left us with a message that a subject like math can be taught and learned in many, many different ways. Our second day, which was the beginning of the conference, we had our pleasure, our opportunity to have Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ami Upadhyay, who was the chief guest. And she spoke about the global acknowledgement of NEP 2020 for promoting inclusive education and using ICT for reaching out to the marginalized. She also highlighted that the increase in the gross enrollment ratio through open distance learning has also put forth the importance of changing attitudes of people towards distance education and have state-wise interventions for introducing more MOOC platforms providing quality distance education courses in India. We had our very own Dr. Ashish Panut, who is the Director of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages at S&T Women's University. And he also mentioned about education as being a continuous process impacting the overall development of learners. He too highlighted the strong potential of NEP 2020 to decompartmentalize the system of education and bring transformation in the educational process for benefiting all learners. He concluded his talk by a quote by Swami Vivekanand: "Education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man." We were very, very motivated by the inputs and the insights provided by both these speakers. Of course, the whole inaugural program on our second day was presided by none other than the director of NIPVD, that's Dr. Himanshu Das. He stated the importance of having an impactful leadership to reflect on the problem and take collaborative steps to cope up with current situation with resilience. He highlighted the concern of India's poor performance of dealing with the issues related to disability and showed urgent need to take steps in this direction. He concluded with a positive note and placed high hopes in the RPWD Act of 2016 and NEP 2020 for building a better future for persons with disabilities through collaborative efforts. Then we started with our plenary sessions and the keynote address by Professor Richard Rose. And he spoke about the resilience, opportunities, and challenges for equitable education in the immediate future. He highlighted the progress made by education at national and international level during the pre-pandemic situations for achieving the goal of universalization of primary education, and stated the numerous factors which hinder the children from achieving this basic education. He elaborated on the significant impact left by pandemic, especially affecting the marginalized, by pushing them in the vicious cycle of poverty and deepening inequality. Lastly, he discussed the steps for transforming challenges into opportunities by promoting sustainable leadership and transforming educational process in light of new learnings. Then we started with the plenary sessions. Professor Ritva Kantilinen, she spoke on action-oriented language proficiency as part of the Finnish educational system. Professor Ritva introduced us to the different aspects of education system in Finland and placed special emphasis on importance of multilingualism. Teachers are trusted and providing academic freedom, she said, and this is to plan and implement all educational activities designed for the benefit of all children. She reflected on communication and language development being a constant process for the lifetime in Finland, and it is learned through playfulness, joyfulness, and creative methods. The second plenary session, we had Professor Maria to come and talk to us on the challenges in education, exploring experiences of students with autism on distance learning programs in Greece. This was a research that she had undertaken, and on the basis of that, she discussed about the experiences of children with autism in the distance learning programs, and what are the benefits that have these programs offered to the students. She further put forth the suggestions for improving distance learning systems by providing training and financial supports. The key takeaway for this particular plenary session was happiness is a positive way of thinking and there is hope in despair. The next plenary session, we had Professor Rinchen Dorji from Bhutan, and he spoke about how Bhutan is embracing the education through COVID pandemic outbreak. He provided us an insight about the key challenges faced by them for reaching out to all children, but especially those living in the rural areas of Bhutan. He also discussed about the measures taken during the pandemic to restructure the educational system through technology-driven initiatives for providing education to children and training the teachers. He further discussed about tele-education projects undertaken by the teachers for reaching out to the children in the rural and distant areas. And he concluded by placing high hope in the transformative education process for achieving the goals of education in Bhutan. Another plenary session that we had was by Professor Elizabeth Dalton, and she spoke on technology in relation to universal design for learning. Professor Dalton described the concept, nature, and principles of the universal design for learning for making the teaching learning process impactful and effective for all learners coming from diverse backgrounds. She discussed about the different approaches, learning guidelines, assistive technologies used for making UDL embed in all aspects of curriculum design. That brought us to the end of the first day. The first day of the conference. So we had the pre-conference and then the first day. So now coming to the 3rd of December, which is the second day of the conference. The first session was completely different. Previously, we had been talking about disability and diversity. Here, the whole focus of Professor Anita Kurup's session wasn't looking at students who are gifted. And she spoke on challenges to identify and mentor gifted and talented children in developing countries, bringing in insights from India. She provided an overview of the status of problems faced in the identification of gifted children across India and mentioned the various attitudinal and educational factors which are hampering their education. She introduced the National Institute of Advanced Studies, where she is working on developing programs for children who are gifted and talented. And she introduced to us the various programs that are undertaken, which use technology, structured mentoring, and multiple intelligences framework to cater to the needs of the gifted and talented students. Dr. Nathan Grills, he brought in a very, very different perspective and spoke to us about the competency-based educational programs, the example of community-based inclusive development program, which was launched by the Rehabilitation Council of India, and we are very, very happy that it is being rolled out gradually in the country. So Dr. Grills, he placed emphasis on the need of special children to learn through real-life experiences through comprehensive framework of CBID, as it addresses the challenges experienced by persons with disabilities, and CBID being an effective way to resolve these issues. He discussed different levels of CBID curriculum and highlighted the importance of having empathetic and professional behavior towards persons with disabilities. Dr. Susie Gronsett and Dr. Leslie Kowat, they gave a very, very specific view to us about the community-driven educator professional development for online and HighFlex college instruction. They shared about the HighFlex classroom program introduced by Houston University and elaborated on the scope of the content covered in the guide to best practices for HighFlex and professional development program implementation by them. The key takeaway from their session, it was that it is very important to consider teachers' learning style while planning the professional development programs. I think many a time we forget about the teachers and we only talk about the students, but a very important aspect is to also keep in mind what the teachers' learning styles are and develop the professional development programs accordingly. The resilience of teachers, a session which was taken by Ms. Deborah Gleason. She explained the Perkins International Model, where their motto is to place every child at the center. The focus is on creating a supportive community to enable children to learn and thrive, equip adults to teach, and make education accessible. She also discussed the challenges faced during the pandemic and the opportunities it brought to innovate and practice different facets of resilience, like learning together, adapting, innovating, so on and so forth. The last session yesterday was by Professor Ratna Ghosh, and she spoke on the social justice and education equity with special reference to India. Professor Ghosh stated that the pandemic has underscored the fact that we are connected. She further explained the concept of equality, equity, and diversity, and highlighted the important role of teachers for creating an equitable society for all. She further stated that through embedded values and principles of inclusive education and social justice in the fabric of education system, social exclusion can be dealt with and equity can be created. The last day today, lot of insightful sessions we had today as well. The first session, Dr. Julia Lindley Baker, her topic was facing challenges, finding solutions. Using a lot of research-based evidence, she discussed the impact of global challenges by putting forth, which is being put forth by the pandemic, and which has impacted all the stakeholders, especially the children. She shared the nature, types, and models of stress. She also discussed about the nature of pressures in arena of teaching and presented various problem-focused, situation-focused, and emotion-focused coping mechanisms for dealing with the same. Dr. E. Akarna, she spoke on inclusion of children with special educational needs in Finnish comprehensive schools, providing an overview on the different aspects of the Finnish education system, where special emphasis is placed on well-being and autonomy, prevention and early identification and inclusion. She highlighted the importance of consultation and mentioned that trust, academic freedom, and respect the teachers have in Finland are the very, very strong pillars of the education system there. She focused on special education using a child-centered three-tiered system that ensures inclusion. Dr. Ia ended the session by expressing how she looks forward to a fully inclusive society and how teachers require encouragement and support in this whole process. Dr. Hadiza brought in the perspective from Nigeria by talking about responding in unfolding global situations. She started by introducing the context of Nigeria in the post-colonial education landscape and highlighted the complex educational system of Nigeria, which is nested in complexities. She spoke about the challenges faced by students from terrorist organizations, which threatens their education. And she also focused the whole thoughts on global thinking and act. She showed us videos to support her arguments and the challenges faced by students on a daily basis. She shared how digital poverty makes education difficult during the pandemic. Of course, she concluded her sessions with some happy pictures of students learning through various inventions and local initiatives. We then had 4 speakers who were invited to talk about their context, and we had speakers from UAE, USA, India, as well as Bhutan. So Mrs. Susan Brodricks, she spoke on peace education. Ms. Manisha Lad, she's reflected on digital tools to create breakthrough for individuals with communication challenges, inclusive education from policy to practice, insight shared by Ms. Seema Tuli from India, and co-generative dialogue, a pedagogical tool to transform classroom practices by Sonam Brinchan from Bhutan. The sessions by the eminent resource persons were highly enriching, informative, full of knowledge, and offered many key learnings for all of us to take away. So we are extremely grateful to all of you for sharing your insights. And of course, we had also 20 paper presentations, which were happening as parallel sessions. My apologies to many of the paper presenters who could not present their papers completely because of lack of time, but they were very important key takeaways. If I have to talk about what the key takeaways for us are, I think that the conference has touched upon very, very dated topics, right from skill-based training to inclusive education, to teacher resilience. Even when it comes to inclusive education, the focus has not been only on persons with disabilities, but on diversities, be it social and educational diversities, be it diversities which are which are related because of language, or which could be diversities also because students who are gifted and talented. There were certain solution-oriented sessions focusing on the use of universal design for learning, the role of ICT, assistive technology, online learning, as well as curriculum-based inclusive developments. The teacher's role was definitely highlighted through the sessions right across. And we do see that, yes, teachers are resilient. Teachers are the ones who are innovative. Teachers are the ones who are extremely strong pillars of the education system, and they cannot be neglected. The paper presenters too had the paper presentations on inclusive education, ICT, resilience of teachers, teaching experiences during the pandemics. Some papers were conceptual papers, some papers were research-based papers. They all have brought in very, very different perspectives and widened our horizons for understanding the global challenges in education, reinvention, resilience. I end the report here by a quote by Winston Churchill. I think it very appropriately talks about everything that this conference has been about. Churchill says, "Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts." Resilience and reinvention is what is going to take us forward all the more. Thank you so much. Over to you, Betty.
Betty, unmute yourself.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Panchikar ma'am. And I now invite Dr. Pankaj Kumar to please give his report in the capacity as CRE coordinator.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected patrons of this program, Professor Ujjwala Chakradevi, ma'am, Dr. Himanshu Das, sir, Honorable Chief Guest Padam Shri Umatuli, ma'am, and Guest of Honor Subodh Kumar, sir, all distinguished guests and friends, and most especially the convener of this program, not convener of this program, the center of gravity, the focal point of lens of this program, as far as this program is concerned, Madam Professor Sujata Bhan, ma'am. Really, very much. However, I was a part of this organizing team of this program, but I am totally amazed by seeing a great pool, or I can say the galaxy of eminent personality in the field of special education, and seeing all at the same platform. And I'm very fortunate to be part of this as a CRE coordinator. I have given the responsibility to take the CRE related concerns. How we know that there is a global understanding, about the disability has been changed after the introduction of ICF. Now, this is disability is a part of a form of natural diversity in the all human being. And this conference ignited so many our rehabilitation professionals towards various emerging issues on education of disadvantaged group. This advantage group is being termed as SEDZs, that is the socioeconomic disadvantage group of the NEP. And the main thing in the NEP is the section 6.19, which says about that only intervention and measures which has been termed earlier that some like the teaching pedagogies are not enough. So what we need to do, what we also required is bringing out a change in school culture. And how we can create the school culture in terms of introducing the empathy, tolerance, resilience, rights, gender equality, non-violence, global citizens, inclusion and equity in our curriculum. And this kind of conference is potentially able to make a global perspective and academic innovation. as part of this, this is a CRE program. This program was have the followed the all guidelines as given by the Rehabilitation Council of India. We have introduced, well-informed all the CRE participants. We framed a WhatsApp group to support them. We do have a very facilitating registration process, and then after we provided the assessment process, and we have conducted total 6 assessment in this program. And that assessment, in addition to this 6 assessment program, we also conducted a feedback session and feedback form. And we are very happy to share that we have a very good feedback from all the CRE participants of this program. And we are much hopeful that this collaboration from the SNDT and the NIPWD will go ahead, and we will organize so many programs in future. And thank you for opportunity to, I'm feeling privileged to be part of this program. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pankaj sir. It's always a pleasure to hear from the participants. I invite Professor Renu Malviya, Department of Education, Lady Irwin College, University of Delhi, to please say a few words.
Just a few words. We are running short of time, Betty, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Renu, are you here?
Dr. Renu?
Yes, she is. Yes.
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Unmuted.
Yes.
It was a way I could enter this conference, be part of these international things. And, I would like to say that, of course, I entered the conference because I need my CRE points. But SNDT for our college has always been an institution where we want to know more about it and learn more and to collaborate with SNDT. And so last year I had felt that when ICE was there, that it was beyond, it has sort of offshooted beyond the benchmarks. But this year I feel that DSC, SNDTWE has really, they don't believe in climbing steps one by one. They just move up a flight, they jump up a flight of steps. Professor Sujata Bhan, it's amazing leadership and amazing coordination and hard work of you and your team. And believe you me, that it is just not visible that you have limited hands to form this magnificent team. And so I learned a lot from this conference, and I take back to my classroom and my grassroots work and researchers, the international perspective. And thank you. Someone who was in the same room where I was exclaimed, and said, this is the real international conference. It was really, I literally had to go to the Atlas and look up how many countries have been covered in this particular conference. Real state-of-art experience, and so many time zones that you must be experiencing. The thought often has been through the pandemic about the resilience is enough. Could we have reinvented better? The eminent speakers and the outstanding participation and professionals that we hear, we learned so much about how much of development of skills and coordination and teamwork that is required. Each speaker was able to explain articulately and present such complex dimensions in such simplified form. I'm taking away so many notes, which I am going to cheat and use in my classrooms. Thank you for helping us learn so much, also to authenticate what we are doing and to increase the level of goals that we, the CRE participants, plan to achieve in the coming year. I am a CRE participant. I say the coming year because the way this conference is going, I wouldn't be surprised that in the future, there might be speakers from Mars and Venus. So thank you, Dr. Himanshu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Subodh Kumar. Thank you, NIV. Thank you, RCI. Thank you, SNDT.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Renu, for such lovely words. Yes, Betty.
Thank you, Renu, for that wonderful sharing. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. I now request my colleague, Ms. Yukti Gupta, to please introduce our guest of honor, Member Secretary, Dr. Subodh Kumar, sir.
Okay.
So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Subodh Kumar, sir, Member Secretary, RCI, that is Rehabilitation Council of India. Dr. Subodh Kumar joined Rehabilitation Council of India as Assistant Director in the year 1998. After a certain period, he elevated to the post of Deputy Director. At present, he is the Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India and Secretary, National Board of Examination in Rehabilitation, that is MBE.
इनके बाद सर बोलेंगे, इनके बाद सर बोलेंगे.
He also served State Institution of Rehabilitation, Training and Research, Department of Social Justice, Government of Haryana, as a director on deputation basis. Dr. Subodh Kumar, Member Secretary, is a very senior academician and administrator with deep experience in the disability sector. Being an executive head of the council, he is actively involved in formulating and implementation of policies related to human resource development in the field of special education and disability rehabilitation as per the mandate of the RCI Act 1992. He has received various recognition for his outstanding work in the disability sector and recipient of Bihar Ratna Award for his contribution in the disability sector. We are really honored to have you serve with us. And because of you, we are able to organize such wonderful conferences. And thank you so much, sir. We really need all your support every time when we come up with our conferences and workshops. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you, especially Madam Professor Suyata Bhan, and of course, very, very senior academician and Padam Shri ma'am, Dr. Umatuli madam, Aloka madam, our ex-chairperson National Trust, Madam Varsha Gattu, Dr. Nathan Greel also, and I missed to attend this international conference. I have seen right now the number of vice chancellors known to me also. They have also invited as a panelist and a speaker, very senior academicians and international resource persons who has invited by the Sandhya University, Mumbai. Of course, this is an opportunity for me to have a the interaction maybe through the virtual mode. But I will tell you, madam, very frankly, this university, as Sandhya University, Mumbai, it is one of the oldest university as far my knowledge is concerned. For the last 23 years, I know this university. I have been interacting with all the senior academicians, right from Professor Smriti Swarup, Madam Professor Suyata Bhan, Dr. Priti Verma, and all the senior academicians have been working. And especially, I will tell you very frankly, Professor Suyata Bhan, she has been associated with the council the moment I have taken over the charge as a member secretary RCI in 2019, Jan. She has been actively involved in the policy formulation of the RCI and taken a lot of responsibility for the development of the CBID program. That was one kind of, it was a flagship program of the PwD and the RCI and between the two countries, Australia, Government of Australia, Melbourne University. Apart from this, other experts are there. Professor M.E. Upadhyay, madam, I have been interacting with madam also in the various committee meeting, and a very, very renowned person, very senior academicians. Ma'am, it is an opportunity for me. Today I am here. Actually, I have been engaged. I have been working all the, today my office is totally functional. And there is tomorrow On Monday, there is a parliamentary standing committee meeting. We have to face the standing committee regarding some policy formulation for which we all are here. And of course, we are having the EC. So most of the staff members are there. We have been attending. This global challenge in education, this is the topic which has been decided by the SNDT University or NIPBD Dehradun. That is really a very relevant topic. And I know not only I have seen the experts are deliberating upon so many things. I have seen Madam Sweta Bhan has been saying, Apurva was also describing whatever it was delivered by the other experts. So challenges, of course, it was not the challenge globally faced by all of us, especially not the education system. Of course, the being a council in the RC also as an administrator, we have also faced a lot of challenges due to this lockdown, and of course, actually, it affects our function also, and it lingers, it delayed so many activities, and that I think, especially the development of the course curriculum, convergence of course curriculum, even including the CBID program. So this was all challenges, but ultimately, this COVID situation has given me COVID lockdown has given us a lot of opportunity to use the ICT. And that is the outcome of this COVID-19 in our country. Nobody was aware about this video conferencing mode. I used to watch in the Hollywood movie about such kind of interaction through the VC, but now it is a very common phenomena everywhere. All our programs have been organized, meetings are organized through the VC, and it has enhanced our our performance level also. I will tell you about this COVID lockdown. It was a challenge for not only for RC, for others department also, but especially I have taken this challenge as a boon, and I have done a lot of things. Means actually I have organized almost 25 to 30 meetings once in a year through the VC, and now it is very convenient for me wherever I need some kind of policy decision and input and views from the experts' comments. I immediately just have a face-to-face interaction with the experts, and in sometimes in a day we organize 2 or 3 meetings with the experts, and it is easier for us. This COVID has provided not a challenge, but it has facilitated the council also to organize a different various interactive sessions with the head of the training institutions, both recognized by the RCA, to discuss all the issues with regard to their course curriculum implementation, exam matter, etc. So I think it was a great challenge. It is a great challenge. Still, actually, we are facing a lot of things, lot of problems. But I will tell you very frankly, what we learned, it has given us, our own competency, use of ICT. We have been doing a lot of things through the VC. And of course, Sweta Madam, I am very thankful to you. Umatili Madam is also with us. So I have missed all the interactive sessions and deliberations. And of course, panelists, I have seen from different countries. You have invited. That was really a wonderful experience for me, not for me, others participants also, and that will be a great program for the resource for the participants and for their professional development program. One thing, ma'am, I would like to just cite this information about the challenges. We have been also getting a number of queries, even from the parliamentarian, from the policy maker, from the politicians, about how the council and how the education institutions have faced the challenge, how the teachers are being trained to impart education online. That was not developed earlier in our education system. So now we have learned this COVID-19 and this challenges has taught a lot of us use of ICT, and now this is everything is online. We have also implemented the e-office. Now we can work from home also. So this is all the thing. I will not take so much time, ma'am. Just I would like to say one more thing, ma'am. So many vice chancellors are there. They all are very senior, respectable, honorable. For me, I'm not aware about all the things, but I will tell you, ma'am. Sweta Madam, we are also going to, and all the experts, Umatili Madam is there, Aloka Madam. We are also going to organize, we could not organize the last year, 2020, the international conference. That is the part of the activities of the RCI. So now actually, finally, we got a nod from our ministry, and on the 28th and 29th of this month, 28th or 29th December, we are going to organize the national conference of RCI, and that is very, very important. Whatever the the provisions of NEP, what is the particularly asking RCI to do in the light of the NEP 20. Another theme on this issue we are going to organize, and of course, once again we are hoping that once again we will meet together at Guwahati on 28 and 29. This is the why I am saying this is the platform. Everybody is listening, and of course that in the 2019 we have developed the vision documents and of the RCI 2030. Of course, this time also we will be able to get some new things, and that will also guide the council to go ahead in the light of the NEP 2020 and of course the RPD Act 2020, 2016. So with this all, once again, I'd like to thank to all of you, ma'am, especially Sujata ma'am. I'm very thankful to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank me a lot. Now it was a very, tough time today to be with you. Frankly speaking, we have been right now, just half an hour before we came from the ministry, there were meeting, and all the government departments open, and so I could not able to spare much time. Umatuli madam is sitting with us. Ma'am, Umatuli madam, thank you very much. Recently, I have seen your, someone has sent one, YouTube channel. That is a Manthan. It was an interview of 26 minutes.
Yes.
Ma'am, Umatuli ma'am, it was excellent actually. I think this the episode and this small 26 minutes, interaction should be forwarded to all. I will forward, ma'am. I know this is excellent, ma'am. And you deserve it. Really, you deserve whatever you have done in the field of disability. It was nobody can achieve this target. And altogether, my respected, very senior person, Aluka ma'am is also with us. Now I can she is also listening me. Ma'am, aapko bahut bahut pranam. So nice of you, ma'am. We are going to invite you for this. Actually, we have to also invite, decide the topics, etc. and theme. So for which we are going to invite you, maybe through the VCO if you want to come to the the face to face. That is up to you, ma'am. Just say your wish, ma'am, that we will do it. And with all, Varshagatu madam, I think she has been also listening. Actually, she has been also very aspiring for me always. Whenever there is a queries and comments and issues with regard to the NEP 2020 or any issue, because I am not a professional, so really I totally depended upon you, ma'am. So thank you very much. You are with us. And other experts, so many experts are there. So with this, I, on behalf of the RCI and of course on behalf, ma'am, I express my gratitude to the SNDT University Mumbai, the Vice Chancellor of the SNDT University, all the eminent staff members, Vice Chancellor, madam, and all of you. Thank you very much, especially the NIB Dehradun also. So with this, I would like to just sum up my word. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very, very, very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for taking time out for us. It really means a lot to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to Betty.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now call upon Dr. Himanshu Das, our patron, to make his presidential remarks.
Namaskar, everyone.
Picture Vega.
Very, very overwhelming to be presiding.
Sir, unmute yourself, Dr. Das. Unmute yourself.
Namaskar, everyone. It's indeed a very, very proud privilege and very, very extremely overwhelming to be part of this extremely special program, and the way it has been conducted, and now it is getting into conclusion, is truly very, very inspiring for all of us. Department of Special Education, SNDT University, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disability, and Rehabilitation Council of India must cherish this one program as one of the most special programs that has been conducted during this COVID time so far. And this has been a comment which has been coming to me over my WhatsApp for last 3 days continuously. I've got messages from so many people, ma'am. And in fact, we are requesting RCI maybe to have some kind of collaboration with this kind of institutions so that such programs could be conducted on a maybe 6 monthly basis, on a continuum for maybe 5 years continuously. We must be conducting a series of such programs because resilience and reinvention cannot be done through one platform. It has to continue on a repeated measure, then only it can happen. I'm so proudly privileged to be welcoming today one of my greatest mentor, Padma Shri Uma Tuli ma'am, who is here, our inspiration for all time to come. In fact, I was the in charge for Third World Disability Day national event, and Amarjyoti support was the base support for which this international event by the department became very, very successful. She had been helpful, her whole team had been helpful to such an extent, providing support all the time. My brother and guest of honor, Dr. Subodh Kumar sir, MOS, Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, thank you so much, sir, for being with us all the time and inspiring all through maybe last 3 decades. You had been an inspiration for all of us. I must appreciate all the support that we got from Research Rose sir from England, Professor Emeritus, and Professor Sujata Van ma'am, who had been, I think, on her toes for over 1 year now to conduct this very special program, traveling everyone, I think, around the whole world. I must thank Pankaj sir for giving us so much of support and all the faculties of SNDT. There's no time to name all of them, but all of you have been so inspiring and everybody has been talking so fondly of all of you. And also NIPED staff, those who have been at the backside supporting the whole program. And the participants also, ma'am, have been very, very wonderful because the way they are responding, the way they are commenting, the way they are filling up the response sheets and feedback forms, that itself shows the motivation level, the grit level that this conference is getting from all the participants. And resource persons, ma'am, it's unparalleled in comparison to any other conferences that I have attended so far in my life. The chairpersons, I think the whole of the country, the best of the best joined us in sharing our different programs. I had been very busy for this World Disability Day 3rd December program, but whatever I got little time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even inside the bathroom, I would log in and try to listen to whatever I can. I only wish all these participants, all the faculties and everyone, those who have been part of this, remains part of this whole big family, Parivar, for a long, long time and continue to deliver such programs every 3 months, 6 months. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be today presiding over this function. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for those encouraging words. And yes, we look forward to doing more conferences and more workshops. But right. Okay. So it's now my honor and privilege to introduce our chief guest for today, Padma Shri Dr. Uma Tuli. Ma'am, I apologize from the onset if we have inadvertently left out something of import in your bio in our pitiful attempt at shortening it. Dr. Uma Tuli is a recipient of the Padma Shri Award from the President of India. She is the founder of Amarjyoti Charitable Trust, rendering rehabilitative services at Delhi and Gwalior with the holistic approach of providing inclusive education, vocational training, medical care, and self-employment within one campus. She has a multifaceted personality of an educationist, a social worker, rehabilitation professional, and a sportswoman. Amarjyoti's affiliation to the University of Delhi and Indira Gandhi National Open University have sensitized these august institutions to the needs of persons with disability. Dr. Tuli ma'am has consistently spearheaded the cause of people with disability. She was the first non-bureaucrat appointed by the Government of India as Chief Commissioner for Persons with Disabilities from April 2001 to 2005. Ma'am has initiated participation of children with disability in the Republic Day Parade in 1995, which was a historic first repeated in the following years to come. Another first includes organizing the 6th International Abilympics in India in 2003. Padma Shri Dr. Tuli started human resource development courses in her in bachelor's in physiotherapy and master's in physiotherapy, recognized by the University of Delhi, and teacher training in special education in collaboration with RCI at Amar Jyoti, which has catered to the needs of several institutions. Among the numerous awards for her dedicated work, Padma Shri Dr. Umatuli has received the Helen Keller Award in 1999, UN ESCAP Appreciation in 1998, the Hong Kong Foundation Award in 1987, the President's Gold Medal in 1981 for distinctive services in Home Guards, and of course there is a very long list of awards which is really too long to be shared in this brief time. Ma'am, please share a few words with us.
Good evening, everyone. Well, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Sujata ji for this beautiful gathering of distinguished people whom I can say are stalwarts in this field of disability. The inclusive group of the young ones, young old, and old like me.
Not at all.
People used to call Didi earlier, and now they call me Mataji. I think I've really grown old, but I love to share my experiences whenever I get a chance like this. Sujata ji, thank you for making me a part of this prestigious conference. If we think of Nelson Mandela, who said education is the most powerful weapon to change the world, I think, Sujata ji, you chose the right theme for the conference, and once again, congratulations for that, because you could, with your leadership skill, gather most eminent people to speak and organize it in such a manner for 4 days is really something very creditable. As we all are aware, lockdowns due to COVID-19 pandemic affected teaching and learning globally. Several efforts were made to tide over this situation, introducing technology, including ICT. The online system enhanced the teaching and learning skills of both learners and educators. The capacity for reinvention could be seen in the use of personal learning networks, improvement of acts and innovation, the sharing of thoughts on social media, webinars, etc. Somehow I like one quotation which I would like to share, and that is, too often we underestimate the power of a touch, a smile, a kind word, a listening ear, an honest compliment, or the smallest act of caring, all of which have the potential to turn a life around. So looking at the consequence of online and offline, I think this quotation has to be taken into consideration very seriously. We do have some bad effects also of online education, but I'm very happy that we have chosen diverse themes for this conference. And I again would like to say thank you to Sujata ji for so thoughtfully bringing such themes which are very significant. There are so many speakers who have been mentioned in the summary, and that summarized thing gives us an idea that this conference definitely is a great one and should be repeated as often as possible, as Dr. Himanshu said. All these speakers have brought out some new vision, new approach, and new inventions. And I'm sure what you all heard was something very positive. We have now time to look at the glass not half empty, but as full, up to the brim. So let us think of one thing. I am at a very advantageous position of being the last speaker, because all what I needed to speak has already been talked about. And I'm sure people will go back with fresh ideas to implement in their own country, state, and cities. When we talk of COVID-19, we also think of many additional challenges, and the problems are more for those belonging to fair sex, less privileged section of society, and first generation learners having few financial resources. Now, these challenges, I'm sure, have been discussed at length in various deliberations. And I personally feel that what, in a nutshell, has to be looked at is inclusive education, which is not bringing people into what already exists, but it is making a new space for everyone. The legislation and policies also emphasize on implementing inclusive education. All our activities have to be looked into with making reasonable accommodation for inclusive education. Peace education is the process of acquiring values, knowledge, attitudes, skills, and behaviors to live in harmony with oneself, others, and natural environment, rightly chosen as one of the sub-themes. So recently, initiatives have been taken in the country to impart such values in children. This will further promote inclusive education, which requires a holistic approach. You know, by holistic approach, I mean providing medical, social, educational, skill training, everything in one campus, so that education really becomes very meaningful. And for this, you will be happy to know, you already know, that social acceptance has increased incredibly. In past few years, many positive steps have been taken, and we know how our own ministry has really gone a long way to make all the cities accessible as far as education, travel is concerned. Education, to become inclusive, needs full accessibility, not only in classroom, but also in the environment. We need special educators. We need many more things to make this inclusion an enjoyable journey. There is no destination in this journey, and we have to go on. The Amar Jyoti examples I will not give here because we have very little time. And being the last speaker, I am at an advantage of cutting short everything.
What happened? We've lost, have we lost her connection?
Probably.
Yeah, looks like that.
Yeah, she's out of the meet.
Mm.
You'll just give her a few minutes.
Yeah, just wait for a
minute
minute
or so.
back. Yeah, otherwise we'll continue. Yeah.
I thought Seematuli ma'am was here.
So just check with her if she's there. She can use her gadget to log in.
No, she's also not there.
Okay, never mind. Then you just carry on. If she comes back, then you please bring her in.
Do we continue?
Yes.
Sorry, I was coughing. I missed that.
No problem. If she comes in, then you bring her in. Continue.
All right. It's really unfortunate we lost connection with Padma Shri Dr. Uma Tulli. Hopefully, she'll be able to join back and continue. We were going to ask Dr. Aloka Guha, so I'm going to say that now. I want to request our most senior, our best well-wisher, guide and mentor, none other than Dr. Aloka Guha, who sat through all the presentation on all 4 days to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Betty. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Very well.
Okay, I thought we've had a long 4 days, but since you asked, I don't have the guts to say no. So Dr. Subodh Kumar ji, Sujata ji, and Himanshu ji, all three of you, many congratulations for a truly, truly international effort. Not only did we hear about many programs and many policies of different countries, but they were all excellent presentations. The quality of the presentations was really, really at a very high level, which kept me completely enthralled for 4 days. I ensured that I had an early lunch so that I could log in to your program. Excellent. Bahut suna, bahut sikha. And so there's so much to acknowledge and appreciate and emulate for our system. But you know what? The more I heard, the more I realized how similar we have been in our COVID responses. And that's such a wonderful thing to be part of a whole global fraternity. We've all gone through the same experiences. We've responded in our best possible with our human resources and financial resources. And that tells me that the journey of our COVID response, resilience, and our journey of inclusive education is very much the same. It's a similar route, it's a similar journey. Each one has had a different stop. Each country has had a different milestone, a different stop, but the route and the journey is the same. So Kutumbaka, thank you so much, Vasudeva Kutumbaka. Very much appreciate, Sujata, your global effort. I remember I watched your face when Himanshu said, we must have these every 6 months, and your face and Becky's face like, oh my God, no. So I think that's what you were both trying to say. I know how much of an effort this must have been. So, but it was worth every second of that effort. So God bless you. And I wish all of you, it's so nice to see Uma again after such a long time. All of you stay well and congratulations. Subodh ji, isko baar baar kijiyega.
I want to say,
Sujata ji.
Yes, ma'am.
Sujata ji, I couldn't complete.
No, please come back.
Here you see the disadvantage.
No,
Here
please
you see
come back. Please join. Yeah, please join. Yes, please continue.
Disadvantage of
technology.
Online.
No problem. Ye hota hi hai, please join. Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
I just wanted to share that inclusive education leads to all-round development of children, and it has to start very early from nursery to other classes, and in equal number if possible. Otherwise, 30, 70, 40, 60, whatever is possible, but it should not be 1 in 50. And I think if you can give me 2 minutes, I'll read out a poem which I wrote on fostering excellence through inclusive education. Social inequality is a serious concern. From exclusion of the disadvantaged, we never seem to learn. While legislations talk of equal opportunities and full participation, we turn a deaf ear to the implementation. People far and wide talk of inclusion. Very few think of required fusion. In class, it should be 50-50 or 60-40, not to have 1 or 2 in 30. Starting early is desirable. Eradicating complexes is formidable. Make the environment accessible and curriculum flexible, holistic approach of developing personality needs to be instituted for sensitivity. Providing support services and special educators should be mandatory to make the learners accept each other naturally. Harmonizing various methodologies and getting into UDL technology will certainly change the orthodox ideology. Every learner matters and matters equally. We must foster excellence through inclusive education, truly. And this is what I want to say to the entire group, that let us all be advocates of abilities of persons with disabilities to help them stand on the same platform as the non-disabled. This is the message that I wanted to give in the short time given to me. And in that time also, there was the disadvantage of talking online. So I think, Sujata ji, you have done wonderfully well in organizing this international conference. And I'm sure Subodh ji has got the message, and Himanshu ji, of course, has been facilitating everybody. So with such leaders and doers like Sujata ji, we are bound to get positive results in every workshop and conference that we organize. Wish you all well for future. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Uma Tuli ma'am, for those encouraging words. They will ring in our ears for some time, and we'll enjoy them every time we hear them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of the session. I would request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
Can I say my thank yous?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I think Betty is very tired now. All right. All right. All right. I'll quickly say, I know everybody's tired. I'll just quickly say my last thank yous. The thank you time is the parting time and the withdrawal time for all of us. At the department, we have been really working on this day and night for a very long time. And now suddenly there will be a vacuum till we come up with a new initiative. And as Dr. Himanshu has said, very frequently, well, I don't know, maybe in a year's time, give us that much time, but you never know. We are all a hyperactive bunch of people, but thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank our partner and patron, Dr. Himanshu Das, sincerely, because we could only collaborate with him the second time at just, I just went up to him and he always says, yes, he never says no, or, I have to worry about how to approach and what to say and the protocol and all. I have to just pick up the phone, request him, and his yes gives me that, confidence, and all of us at the department that yes, we can do it. So I can thank you immensely, immensely for always supporting us in all our endeavors. Thank you, Member Secretary, Sir Subodh Kumar ji, for your adding by giving the CRE status. It makes a huge difference to all the professionals in the field of so thank you very much for that, and of course for your presence today in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you, Ma'am Uma Tuli madam, for your gracious presence and such wise words. It's like listening to a kind of a sage who just whatever you say, it's like, wow, literally like a sermon, and I mean it. And your last words, I think they will keep echoing in our head, and we must imbibe them and internalize them. And then I want to thank all our speakers, all our chairpersons for adding so much of value and having such wonderful deliberations. Thank you all who are here with us right now and who are wherever they are. Thank you very much. I also extend my gratitude to all the vice chancellors who graciously accepted to be our chief guests for all these days, because I know how busy they are, but somehow God has been kind that they accepted our invitation and they graced the occasion and made it really, really memorable and wonderful for all of us. Our sessions were being live streamed at YouTube and also recorded. So I want to thank Taru, who tirelessly interpreted the sessions in sign language for the benefit of persons with hearing impairment who perhaps may not have been here right now, but since they are recorded, they can access them at any time and it will be good inclusive in that sense. So thank you, Taru. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I want to thank Dr. Pankaj, who handled the CRE protocol so efficiently that we in the department did not have to worry about that at all. He really did it, everything that was required. And it's a tough job. Dr. Subodh Kumarji, let me assure you, every protocol was fully met. All the examinations and all the feedback and everything was done to the T. So I would say this conference is a beautiful example of collaborative efforts. And I think we all do wonderful work in our silos. And I strongly believe and propagate that we should all join hands wherever possible and come up with the, things together, because alone we achieve little and together we can achieve much more. I strongly believe in that. I want to thank the students of our department who have been involved in the organization of this conference from the very beginning and have also presented papers, have been the repetitors. I'm sorry they couldn't do justice to the papers, but we'll find a way out to that. I'm sure you all must have also had great learning during these 4 days. Thank you all, and you all really make us proud. My thank you is incomplete without thanking from the bottom of my heart my DSC team. Miss Betty, thank you for being such a perfectionist, such good micromanagement person, and a great compare. Thanks for your sleepless nights as the coordinator of the conference. At the end of it, I'm sure you'll agree it was worth it all. Yukti, thank you so much for all the technicalities you handled so wonderfully and always available at any hour of the day or night. We are all nocturnal birds, just to tell you all. And Jayanti ma'am is not with us anymore. She was up till now, so she always, shouts at me, sleep and let them sleep, but we are nocturnal, can't help it. Special thanks for capturing the interesting moments of the conference in those beautiful pictures. Yukti, thank you very much. Miss Himali, Miss Nishita, Miss Sachu Ramalingam, all of you have added a great deal to the success of this conference in your own ways. Thank you so much. Lastly, Dr. Apurva Panshikar, a big thank you for being my big think tank. Thank you for leading the team in all scientific activities and ensuring that we have a cognitive, refreshing treat in these 4 days. Particularly amazing managing, the parallel sessions efficiently at the end, and your takeaway presentation, which summarized everything. Those who were not there, they could get everything to the T. It was so elaborate. Thank you very much. Thank you, my Arushi teachers, for sharing your remarkable work with all of us. I'm so proud of you. My sincere thanks to our University Vice Chancellor, Professor Ujjwala Chakradev, to give us this academic freedom to organize such events and motivate us to continue doing significant work. Without that, it would not be possible. I also thank my non-teaching staff for looking after my department while we are all teaching faculties working from home these 4 days, because at university, we are not sure when the internet will betray us. So we have been working from home. So they have been taking care of the office work. So thank you very much. And finally, I thank the divine force to give us the energy and show us the direction to keep going on and on in the right direction. Thank you very much. And finally, Alokadi, thank you for your wonderful words to summarize it all. Thank you for always being there for us. All you great people in the audience, thank you so much. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my mentors in the department, Dr. Smriti Sarup, my boss, my mentor, my guide, then Dr. Preeti Verma. I have learned a lot from them, and I'm trying to take the legacy of Department of Special Education forward along with my team. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we all leave, one final photograph for the conference, please.
Yeah.
If everyone could switch on their cameras.
Okay.
Yes.
Photography complete.
Okay. Yukti done?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The program
Bye-bye.
Yes. Before we conclude, could I request everyone to please rise for the national anthem?
Yeah. And this is that Amrit Mahotsav ka hamari taraf se final, what can we say? Tribute. Yes. Yes.
पीछे कर दो. तुम भी आ जाओ.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. So Devanand also joined us in the national.
Thank you, Yukti.
Yes.
Final words of thanks from all of us. That's it. So this is the end of ICE 2. 2019, we had said goodbye this way with a promise to meet again. 2021, we're saying goodbye again with the promise to meet again. We will be back with ICE 3, but we can't say right now when, but we will be back. The International Conference in Education has become a very dear event for us, and we're going to look and see how we can make it bigger and better for the next time. It's been an exciting 4 days of learning, and we leave here with new thoughts, new perspectives, new ideas, new conceptualizations. The DSC and the NIPID family wish you all the best for all your future endeavors. Thank you and Shubhratri.
Thank you.
आपने हम सबको मिला दिया है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है. आलोक का, nice to see you again. All my friends here, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you, Subodh sir, for staying on. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Verma. Thank you so much.